name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, on behalf of Pastor Peter Kerr, President, Dr. Cheryl Roll, Executive Secretary, Ella Roderick Sands, our Treasurer, and the entire team of the Atlantic Caribbean Union of Seventh-day Adventists. To you, Mrs. Belkis Archbold, Inter-American Division Health Ministries Director, my friend and colleague, Director Annie Price from the Atlantic Caribbean Union Health Ministries Department, blessings to you. And also I want to recognize our conference administrators, directors, pastors, and members, and also Dr. Anthony Frankson, my friend. I welcome all of you who have signed in on this platform to participate in the first Health Promoters Certification. Truly, it is my prayer that as you embrace the knowledge shared and interact with each other during these seminars, that the nuggets gleaned assist you in being an effective health promoter and a messenger of the gospel in your homes and churches and communities. I want to concur with John the Beloved, who expressed in 3 John chapter 1 and verse 2 that he wished above all things that you and I prosper and be in good health, even as our soul prospereth. This particular text is so profound because it relates to John's sincerity and his desire for each of us today. John wants us to be successful. John wants us to prosper, not only in mind, but also in spiritual as well as material well-being. In fact, you will discover that John is relating to the entire person. And so as health-conscious individuals, I remind you that health ministry, which is comprehensive, has a significant part in the closing gospel work. You see, Jesus summarized it when he said in John chapter 10 and verse 10, I have come that they might have what? Life, and that they might have it more abundantly. Yes, it is God's desire that we all embrace the total gospel, which enriches the whole person. And it is his desire that you and I activate our marching orders. I will go. And so today, the Atlantic Caribbean Union family joins with you directors, Archbold and Price, and the other conference directors as you commit yourselves throughout these seminars to fulfill the mission of providing training and promoting good, healthy lifestyles, because God wants his children to experience optimal health in body, mind, and soul. And so I say to you, as you begin this new Health Ministries Department certification course, may God bless all of you as you go throughout this seminar.
Thank you, Pastor Price. Thank you very much. Each module of this training has been created and developed over the years and are now being taught division-wide under the direction of a great leader, a tireless helper, our mentor, our advocate, Sister Belkis Archbold, the Health Director for the Inter-America Division. Welcome, Sister Belkis, and thank you for your outstanding contributions and leadership. We are thrilled to have you join us and ask that you bring greetings from the Inter-America Division of Seventh-day Adventists. Sister Belkis.
Of course, Annie, thank you very much for those beautiful words. I wish to extend a special and warm welcome to the Atlantic Caribbean Union. A special mention to the administrators of the Union and various local fields. Also, I want to extend a special greetings to our invited guests and our pastor and departmentals. It's very, very special greeting to all the participants of the Health Promoter Certification Training. Those are the special people today. I am sure they have got invitation to participate to this end time ministry. I pray that the Holy Spirit will be present this afternoon and maximize your talent for a work never seen before in your union. I am sure this training, this certification will be a great blessing for all. May God bless you abundantly. And thank you for having me here and your union.
Thank you so much, Sister Belkis. It's wonderful to see you again. Thank you. And God bless you too. Now, attendance to all training sessions and completion of the practicum is required to graduate. If you don't have a brochure or need additional information, please contact your health director of your local conference. If you've not registered with your conference director, please make contact and do so after the session. Your conference director will be accountable for your attendance and your participation in the practicum. The training consists of 3 sessions. Each is planned for the last Sunday of the month from 3 to 7 p.m. Dates are today, of course, March the 28th and April 25th. May 30th is the final day, and the graduation exercise takes place on May 30th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. For those, of course, who have met all the requirements. We hope that all of you will be a part of that special event in preparation for level 2 when the time comes. Be sure, don't miss out. Before I hand over to the coordinator for this evening, I'd like to share with you a quote by Ellen G. White from her book, Ministry of Healing, page 125.2. She says, education in health principles was never more needed than now. Notwithstanding the wonderful progress in so many lines related to the comforts and conveniences of life, even to sanitary matters and to the treatment of disease, the decline in physical ability and power of endurance is alarming. It demands the attention of all who have the heart, the well-being of their fellow men at heart. I am so blessed to have such a great team of health directors who are doing an excellent job at their respective conferences in promoting health and who have consented to assist with coordination of these training sessions. Our coordinator for this evening is Sister Nathlyn LaCroix from the South Bahamas Conference of Seventh-day Adventists. Sister Nathlyn is a pro at health ministries, and she possesses a wealth of knowledge and experience in health promotion via Zoom and otherwise. And at this time, I would like to invite her to proceed with the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Price. And good afternoon, everyone. I too would like to welcome you to this Health Promoters Training. At this time, I will share with you the purpose and the objectives of today's training. The purpose of this course is to provide information concerning how the Seventh-day Adventist Church is organized. 2, to explore how the health message began within the church. 3, to investigate who Ellen G. White was in relation to the church's health message. 4, to explore what was her role in the development and the exposition of the health message. 5, to provide information regarding how health ministry operates within the church. And 6, to establish each church member's responsibility in regard to this ministry. And now here are the objectives. 1, to know the origin of the Seventh-day Adventist Church's health message. 2, to discover this message's place in the church's evangelization plan. And 3, to recognize the importance of this message for each church member. Our first presenter for this session is Pastor Rinaldo Drackett. He was born in Port Limon, Costa Rica. He's married to Nelda Rose Nikeri from Eleuthera, Bahamas, and they have 3 children, Deandro, D'Amico, and Denisha. And they are all now young adults, and they have 1 grandson, Devante. Pastor Drackett was called to the gospel ministry at a very young age, and he responded positively. He's a graduate of West Indies College, now Northern Caribbean University. And he's also a graduate of Andrews University. For over 38 years, he has given sterling service to the gospel ministry in the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The Cayman Islands has been his home for the past 32 years, where he has served as pastor of many of the churches there. He has also served as departmental director for several departments, and he has also served as the executive secretary for 9 years. He currently serves as the president of the Cayman Islands. Pastor Drackett loves people and enjoys being around persons of all ages. One of his philosophies is to give flowers to people when they can enjoy them, not when they're gone. His great desire is to see our youth and adults living in readiness for the soon coming of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Pastor Rinaldo Drackett will be presenting on the topics, the Adventist Church and the health message structure, and a health messenger, the prophetic gift, a biographical sketch. Let's welcome Pastor Drackett as he presents on those topics.
Pastor Drackett, are you there? I believe I see Rose Cooper. I think he would be on that.
No, he's not. Rose Cooper is the pastor.
Okay, Pastor Drackett doesn't seem to have joined us as yet. I've sent him a message and he hasn't. So, Sister Nathan, we'll move on with the chronology of the message and the health ministry of Seventh-day Adventists. I will do the next presentation.
Okay, so let's welcome our next speaker, Sister Annie Price, who is a registered nurse, and she's also a midwife and public health nurse by profession. She is someone who is very passionate. I find her to be very passionate about health and wellness. And at this time, she is currently serving as the health director for the Atlantic Caribbean Union. At this time, let's welcome Sister Annie Price as she presents on the chronology of the message. Did I pronounce that right?
It's a little bit of a mouthful. Chronology of the message. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Nathan. I do apologize for the change in our presentations this afternoon. Sister Belkis will be joining us at a later period of time, and I'm not sure, but Pastor Drackett, I'm sure, will join us very shortly, so we can move forward with the chronology of the health message. The objectives of this presentation are to discuss the main health vision of Ellen G. White, to describe 16 of the most significant health principles in that vision, to identify the main nutrition principles confirmed by the Seventh-day Adventist Health Study. by the First Adventist Health Study. Now, Seventh-day Adventists are known throughout the world for their health principles they teach. We all know that. By the year 1860, they were criticized as radical and unbalanced because of their health concepts. Presently, these healthy living concepts have been scientifically confirmed. Today, the Bible as well as science support the key elements of the Adventist health message. The Seventh-day Adventists believe that the church was divinely guided towards the health principles by the ministry of Ellen G. White, one of the co-founders of the church. Tuberculosis, typhoid fever, typhus, cholera, parotitis, cancer, encephalitic vascular accidents, and cardiopathy were epidemics that limited average life expectancy in the early 1830s. Scientific medicine was in its very early stages and was practiced only in the large cities. In fact, the small number of trained doctors and nurses available to the North American public did not yet understand that germs and bacteria cause diseases. Examining the contour of the head. This very poor state of public health gave origin to strange healing models, which included examining the contour of the head, the use of the iris and some areas of the feet to diagnose diseases, the administration of poisonous compounds like mercury, arsenic, strychnine, and opium as medicine, the promotion of natural foods, the prohibition of salt, sugar, fat, and yeast. And in 1863, we see on June 6th, less than 2 months after the organization of the Seventh-day Adventist Church during the North American Civil War, Ellen G. White informed that God had revealed to her that if a few healthful lifestyle principles were followed, the quality and duration of life would be significantly improved. In 1864, she first wrote about this vision in a 30-page article called Health, published as part of her book, Spiritual Gifts, Volume 4, page 120 to 151, published in their own Adventist press in Battle Creek, Michigan. Her complete health vision was never published in an article or a book. She continued adding details the rest of her life. It is clear, however, that the original chapter in Spiritual Gifts is a comprehensive summary of the principal beliefs she expounded throughout her ministry. The following is a brief summary of these significant principles that shows not only their value, but also their permanent relevance. Starting out, we see that Adam and Eve, our original ancestors, suffered because they allowed the appetite to take control over reason. Even today, wrong decisions continue causing obesity and many other diseases. For example, in the USA, 2 out of every 3 Americans are presently overweight or are obese. Many of them due to poor selections in a widely expanded food market. The local situation in your region may be different, and you might want to consult with your local public health department to get those figures. The ripe fruit of the trees, the nuts and sun-dried seeds constituted the original diet recommended at the Garden of Eden. Later, God gave humans the plants of the field, vegetables, and the fruit of the livestock, milk, and milk products. When this counsel was repeated in 1864, fruits and vegetables were not very accessible to those that didn't grow and preserve them for the winter months. The second principle, it wasn't until the Transcontinental Railroad was completed after the Civil War that fresh products cultivated in California were available to the East Coast city dwellers. The first Seventh-day Adventist health study and many other studies of great population centers have demonstrated the health benefits of fruits, vegetables, whole cereals, legumes, nuts, low-fat dairy products. Swine meat was prohibited by God to be used as food. It wasn't God's ideal plan for human beings to take the life of animals to be used as food. Other types of meat are not the best foods either. Many people die due to diseases caused entirely by meat consumption. In 1997, the American Cancer Research Institute and the World Fund for Cancer Research reported investigations published in medical literature and concluded that cooked and roasted meats were associated with many types of cancer. Imagine, from way back then. It also stated that fruits and vegetables are the foods that help most in cancer prevention. Now we look at tobacco. Tobacco is an insidious, malign, and addictive poison that causes premature death. Tobacco smoke is poisonous for non-smokers. Exactly 100 years later, the first report from the US Public Health Department about habitual smoking and health confirmed the lethal effects of tobacco smoke. However, it took another 20 years before researchers could prove that secondhand smoke is also lethal. Now we look at wine and alcohol. Wine and liquor ruin health and spirituality. The ingestion of beer and wine led to the consumption of strong liquor. The disastrous medical effects of alcohol overwhelmed 21st century scientific literature. And then we turn our attention now to tea and coffee. And we're not speaking about herbal teas, we're actually referring to teas that are caffeinated. Dizziness, spells, headaches, numbness, nervousness, and irritability experienced by those who are leaving the use of tea and caffeine containing drinks are symptoms associated with such suppression. Highly seasoned dressings, sauces, and succulent desserts full of butter, cream, and sugar led their consumers to shun the consumption of healthy breads, shun the consumption of healthy breads and vegetables. Presently, the high ingestion of fat, sodium, and calories present in highly seasoned fast foods preparation are a main concern in North America and throughout the world. Opium, nutmeg, strychnine, mercury, calomel, quinine, and other poisonous compounds were pointed out. With the exception of quinine used for malaria, the contradictory drugs, she pointed out, are no longer used by conventional medicine. Today, they wear the Skull and Bones logo. 21st century medicines. Let's look at the 21st century medicines. Many medicines used today have not been discovered, had not been discovered. Modern drugs are researched for their specific benefits that outweigh their potential risk. Medicines used today undergo rigorous testing for efficiency and security. All drugs have secondary effects, just as the majority of natural herbs do. In fact, maybe 25% of today's medicines are derived from natural plants. In fact, we know that to be a fact. Next slide, yes. Drink water freely, bathe daily, wash clothes frequently to avoid sickness and suffering. These were all counsels that were given by Ellen G. White way back then, when it was not well known the benefits of hygiene, personal hygiene. This counsel was given much before houses had hot and cold running water, when people typically bathed once a week, when doing the laundry was a very tough task to perform, and when washing clothes using a washing board took a lot of time and effort. Very true. Clean water used generously around the world can prevent many mortal diseases and save millions, and have saved millions of lives every year. We know that. The next health principle we're looking at is we're advising that you breathe pure air. Ellen G. White pointed out the importance of pure, clean air flowing into bedrooms and houses. More than 100 years later, the EPA, or the Environmental Protection Agency, regulates air contamination levels, and OSHA administers the safety of enclosed air quality. Atmospheric conditions judged acceptable by American urban standards of the 19th century would not be tolerated today. She goes on to say, dispense of all trees and shrubs near the house so the sun can shine inside and kill the germs. Antibiotic resistant bacteria make old remedies like cleanliness and sunlight be as appropriate now as they were 100 years ago. So unfortunately, many people don't really associate sunlight with cleanliness, but the sun has very strong antibacterial properties. And we turn our attention now to exercise. She advised in one of her writings, do exercise out in the fresh air. Inactivity causes disease. Medical research indicates that inactivity is intimately related to chronic diseases. Some forms of mental sickness can be prevented by means of joyful labor, good diet, avoiding harmful drugs, and a commitment to do exercise out in the open. A poor diet, alcoholism, drug addiction, and isolation have proven to be related to poor mental health. Next, we look at the mind. There is a close relationship between the body, the mind, and the spirit. Our minds and our bodies are God's temples. We should honor and respect God, doing the best we can to care for them. Ministers and doctors are to cure the soul and the body. The relationship between the body and the mind is taught in modern schools of medicine. This is discussed prominently in professional reviews and in popular magazines. So we can see that all of the visions that she had regarding health actually has been proven scientifically over the years, and more so recently than previously. We can find scientifically controlled studies that proves all of what she taught back then, what she shared with us back then. Temperance in all good things and abstinence from harmful things promotes health. In order to preserve health, temperance in all things is necessary. Temperance in labor, temperance in eating and drinking. Because of intemperance, a great amount of misery has been brought upon the human family. And we see that excessive eating, alcohol, and drug addiction, and addiction to work, and other addictions are prescriptions for discapacity or incapacity and disease that disable and kill dozens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of persons every year. We can truly say that. Intemperance and poor lifestyle elections are related to spirituality. Research continues in this intriguing medical research area. In the Sabbath sermon at the General Conference on May 19, 1866, Ellen G. White emphasized the importance of establishing a medical institute. On September the 15th, 1866, the Western Health Reform Institute of Battle Creek, precursor to the Battle Creek Sanitarium, was ready to receive patients. Its main objective was to better the body's health so the patient can better appreciate eternal things. On the same year, 1866, a health magazine, The Health Reformer, was published. Ellen G. White wrote, "The Health Reformer is the means by which the rays of light will shine upon the people. This should be the best health magazine in our country. It should be adapted to the liking of the common people, ready to answer appropriate questions and to completely express the first principles of the health laws of life and how to obey them and preserve health." This magazine has been published since then under the title Health Gospel, Life and Health, and recently Vibrant Life. For those of you who would like to subscribe to the Vibrant Life magazine, it's readily available on the internet. Around 1870, while Ellen G. White was away from Battle Creek caring for her husband as he regained his health, Dr. Trowell and other health extremists published articles in the Health Reformer in which they stated their extreme positions on certain matters. Their articles established that salt, sugar, butter, milk, and eggs were harmful, and that a true health reformer would not eat these things. Now, does this sound familiar? Tensions arose between the health reformer extremists and the church's nominal members. Sister White continually endeavored for modernization while she continued encouraging everyone to follow the important basic health principles. She urged the members to take an intermediate road and avoid the extreme positions of fanatics on one hand and the indifference of others on the other hand. The American Health and Temperance Society was organized by Seventh-day Adventists in 1878. 1 year later, the members signed a compact against the consumption of alcohol and tobacco. In 1881, the International Health and Temperance Society held its first meeting to educate its members against the consumption of alcohol and drugs. The Seventh-day Adventist Church began to highlight the importance of the medical missionary work. In 1893, Dr. Merritt Kellogg, co-founder of the St. Helena Sanitarium and half-brother to John Harvey Kellogg, went to Pitcairn Island as the first medical missionary. Dr. John Harvey Kellogg solicited and received a patent to produce cornflake cereal. During the 1890s, he and his personnel produced peanut butter, granola, meat substitutes, cereals, coffee substitutes, and a myriad of other foods from other vegetables. So we can see here that the Seventh-day Adventists have always been leaders in health. The Adventists were the first promoters and agitators that acted promptly. In June, they voted to establish the first medical college. And in July, they had the charter for the American Medical Missionary College that opened its doors in dual university campuses in Battle Creek, Michigan, and in Chicago, Illinois, in October of 1895. In 1905, it was a year of great progress and achievement. 2005 was the centennial celebration for the following important occurrences. E.G. White's Ministry of Healing was published. Loma Linda Sanitarium's bakery, precursor of Loma Linda Foods, was founded. The Loma Linda Sanitarium opened, later called the Loma Linda College of Evangelists, and even later Loma Linda College of Medical Evangelists. Nurses began to be trained there, later doctors, dentists, and finally allied health professionals. These institutions were combined to form the Loma Linda University, a world-class medical school and medical center as we know it today. In 1905, the Medical Missionary Department was created at the Adventist denominational headquarters at General Conference, which in 2000 was called the Health Ministries Department. During the next 50 years, the following were added to its personnel: associates for nursing, medicine, medical personnel, medical evangelists, hospital administrators, overseas medical missionary recruiters, schools of health, and health educators. In 1863, Ellen G. White's vision concerning the health reform brought the church to recommend the ovo-lacto-vegetarian diet, vegetable food supplemented by a moderate amount of milk and eggs. But it wasn't until 1922 that dietetics course or program was established at what is now called Loma Linda University. In 1955, a graduate dietetic program was established, and the Seventh-day Adventist Dietetics Association was founded. In cooperation with the National Cancer Institute, research at Loma Linda University identified a definite significant relation and a cause-effect link between tobacco and lung cancer. With funds provided by the US government, Loma Linda University conducted a research on Seventh-day Adventist church members in California and was able to demonstrate a strong link between beef and chicken consumption and several main chronic diseases, a relationship between white bread and cardiopathy, and a protective relationship between nuts, fruits, vegetables, and beans, and the prevention of cardiopathy and cancer. Looking to the future, as the church members and the general community put into practice the counsels given by Ellen G. White more than 150 years ago, we will significantly reduce the risks of cancer, cardiopathy, hypertension, diabetes, and obesity. We cannot earn our way into heaven by pursuing a healthy lifestyle, but we can earn our way into the grave prematurely if we ignore these counsels. Think about the silent suffering and the premature death of millions of men and women that have suffered needlessly since 1863, because these counsels were either unknown, ignored, or unheeded by then. Dr. John Harvey Kellogg said at the 1897 General Conference, "There is not one principle in relation to the healthy development of our bodies recommended in the writings of Ellen G. White that is not prepared to be conclusively demonstrated by scientific evidence." Hundreds of scientists, Adventists and non-Adventists, can echo the same statement presently with the same confidence. A mountain of scientific evidence continues highlighting the health principles first shared by Ellen G. White in her vision of so long ago. And there ends the chronology of the Seventh-day Adventist health message and of the Seventh-day Adventist Health Ministries Department.
Thank you so much.
In summary, I'd like to say one couple of words, Sister Naflin, in summary.
Okay.
I would like to say that sometimes we have our doubts about where the church has come from, and where the church is heading. But I feel in terms of health ministry, this really lays out clearly that the visions she was given was 100 years before their time. God prepared his people well in advance. We were able to lead the way in terms of the health message, in terms of our lifestyle diseases. And so the programs that we use today in our churches are programs that are based on the principles that she saw in vision, that she wrote about, and that she shared with us. And I thank God for Ellen G. White, prophet of God. I thank God for her visions, and I thank God for the fact that she documented everything. And today we can actually discuss those visions and those achievements down through the years. And we can actually compare that with what the scientific evidence that we see today regarding lifestyle diseases and lifestyle practices. Thank you. And I hope and pray that this leaves a lasting impression on all of our attendees, so that we will again recognize the importance of our lifestyle diseases, the lifestyle changes that we need to implement into our own personal lives first before we can actually go and teach. And the good thing is that we're going to be hearing more about those at the next meeting on March 28th. We'll be hearing more about those lifestyle principles. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Annie Price. I notice Sister Belkis Archbold is still on the platform. So will she be presenting next on the health message for the church? Okay.
Perfect.
So
beautiful.
I present to you at this time the health director for the Inter-American Division, Sister Belkis Archbold. And she'll be presenting on the health message for the church and also medical missionary work as the right hand of the gospel, the health message for the end times. Welcome,
Perfect.
Archbold.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. I am so happy to be with you this afternoon. I want to thank Annie Price, the Health Ministry Director of the Atlantic Caribbean Union, and her team for having me back in your union. Thank you again for the invitation. It's a really challenge to me to speak in English, but I'm going to try to do my best. It's not my native language. My language is Spanish. That's why you will enjoy the Dominican English this afternoon. But I hope that you will understand me, what I'm talking about. Before continuing, let me ask for divine direction. Let's pray. Loving Father, thank you again for this beautiful day, for life, for health. Father, allow me to explain this message that is not my word, but your word I have to speak. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. I'm going to try to share my screen because I think that will be much better if you will read what I have there, then you will understand much better. Let me share, and probably you can see, right? The presentation? Yes. Okay, somebody let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. Thank you, thank you. And the health message for the church and the medical missionary work, we can spend an entire week talking about that. But the health message is of divine origin. God sent it so that we could have quality of life. It was given by God through Ellen G. White for the people who were living in ignorance. As you listen to Annie, at that time, when the church was organized, they have a lot of confusion in treatment and medicine, and they were doing wrong things. That's why the message came just for the benefit of the church. The health message, Ellen G. White said in Council on Health, she said, the health reform is one branch of the great work which is to feed the people for the coming of the Lord. That's why I put on red. Is to feed the people for the coming, to prepare us for the coming of the Lord. It is closely connected with the third angel message, as the hand is with the body. Means it's a close relationship between the health message and the third angel message. For Ellen G. White, the health reform, it was an ambitious, aggressive program with a global proportion and very specific goals. It's focused on problems of the human experience, diseases, and suffering. Ellen G. White was interested in healing, but she also sees the complexity of the problem and emphasize prevention to bring about healing and not only to avoid diseases. For her, prevention implies healing and restoration. And the health message is not only about what you eat and what you don't. It has to do with adopting a healthy lifestyle. And we have been doing so much emphasis in just certain things of the 8 healthy habits, healthy the remedies, or as you call it. I call the 8 gifts of God. But we sometimes emphasize only in few of them. But to get a healthy lifestyle, we have to incorporate the 8 healthy principles. When the administration of this division brought the 3 strategic axes that we're going to emphasize for this quinquennium, my heart was filled with joy because for more than 10 years, I have been saying one, another, and over that the health message is a complete ministry that using it correctly serve to educate, to serve, and to evangelize. And those are the 3 specific issues that the division is talking about in this quinquennium that we want to reach. I will go. And then we, as a health ministry director, as a health promoters, we can say that we are going to educate, we are going to serve, and we are going to evangelize. And this has been with us for many, many years. When the health message is properly conducted, the health world is in an entering wage, making a way for other truth to reach the heart. And when I put that quote of Ellen G. White, some people ask me, what really is a wage? But those who live in the country, I am a country lady. I grew up on a farm. I know what is age because I saw my dad use that for a long time in the farm. Age and wage is something that is a piece in the end, have a sharp angle. It can be metal, can be wood, or other material. But sometimes that wage help to support something. And that's why Ellen G. White was referring to the health message as the entering wedge means that you have a powerful tool to enter to any of the ministries, any community and society. And she says something in Counsel and Health that again reminds us that the health message, because she say, I can see in the Lord's providence that the medical missionary, or means the health message work, is to be a great entering wage, whereby the disease soul may be reached. Means that we, with this message, we can find the people who are really in darkness and sick, means physical, emotional, mental, or in spiritual sickness. We have a powerful tool, and we must, as a health promoter, know exactly what the health message is. How is the origin of the health message? Through medical missionary work is of heavenly origin. That's why I start with that quote. It's not because Belkis says so. It's because Ellen G. White wrote in Medical Ministry, page 24, and say true medical missionary work is of heavenly origin. It was not originated by any person who lived. No Belkis, no Annie, no Natalie, nobody. But in connection with this work, we see so much which dishonor God that I am instructed to say the medical missionary work is of divine origin and has a most glorious mission to fulfill. What a privilege we have as a health ministry, as a health promoters, to help others to found and fulfill this beautiful message. The work of health reform is the Lord means for lessening suffering in our world and for purifying his church. Teach the people that they can act as God's helping hand. And I love that. When I feel like I am a God's helping hand, what a privilege. But she say, we can do that by cooperating with the master working in restoring physical and spiritual health. This work bears the signature of heaven. What a beautiful, huh? And will open doors for the entrance of the precious truth. There is room for all to labors who will take hold on this work intelligently. Means that there is a place for each one of us to be a God's helping hand. That is why the responsibility of the health promoter is to work in harmony with the medical missionary work, to relieve and guide those who suffer because of ignorance or negligence toward a healthy lifestyle. And let me tell you something. Dr. Angel Manuel Rodriguez wrote this that impressed me a lot. Two things that we must know about this work. First, instructing people on how to care for their health will tear down prejudice against the message, and people will be in a better disposition to accept that. Second, and probably the most important, the minds of so many are so damaged that it's impossible for them to perceive the beauty of the message. Probably they will not understand, but we must find the way to instruct. This work must be hand in hand with the proclamation of the three angels' message, for no less than those two reasons that I mentioned, that Dr. Angel Manuel Rodriguez mentioned. What should move us? What should move us to proclaim the health reform? Ellen G. White stated the following: Christ's example must be followed by those who claim to be his children. If we say that we are Christian, we must follow that example. Relieve the physical necessity of your fellow men, and their gratitude will break down the barrier and enable you to reach their heart. Considering this matter earnestly, I say, if you really believe that you are a child of God, we must follow Christ's example. Each health promoter must learn to practice the method of Christ, making Christ's work your sample health promoter. Ellen G. White say that in manuscript 55 in 1901, make Christ's work your sample. Constantly, he went about doing good, feeding the hungry and healing the sick. No one who came to his for sympathy was disappointed. He stand there, pitying love. That's correct? Pitying love rebukes our selfishness and heartlessness. We must follow Christ's example in order to proclaim this health message. As a member of the church, what should I do? Well, we have the answer. We have the answer. Ellen G. White, 30T 102, she said the following: we have come to a time when every member, no Pastor Drucker, no Pastor such and such, no Belkis, no John, no Annie, every member of the church should take hold of medical missionary work. What a responsibility. The world is a lesser house filled with victims of both physical and spiritual disease. Everywhere, people are perishing for lack of knowledge of the truth that have been committed to us. And Annie just mentioned, more than 150 years back, we have that beautiful message. We must share that message. The members of the church are in need of an awakening, that they may realize their responsibility to impart this truth. We must be awake. We must hold on medical missionary work. We should take that. We are not taken seriously. That's why I'm so glad, I'm so happy that this union is promoting this certification, because every member must involve in that. The work which the disciple did, we also are to do. Every Christian is to be a missionary. You don't have to go to Africa. You don't have to go to India. You don't have to go anywhere. You can be a missionary in your neighborhood. You can be a missionary in your church, in your school, in your work, in your hospital, wherever you work. Every Christian is to be a missionary. In sympathy and compassion, we are to minister to those in need of help, seeking with the unselfish earnestness to lighten the walls of suffering humanity. We must do that. Missionary work is not going outside of our territory. You can do that. It's a beautiful work. But sometimes you have so close the people who is in need that you don't have to look beyond. We have to open the door of our churches and share with others this beautiful message. Now, with the pandemic, we cannot do so, but we have plenty of technology and platforms that help us to help others. We can share this message with the technology as we are doing now. The knowledge of the art of relieving suffering humanity is the opening of doors without number, where the truth can find lodgment in the heart and soul be saved unto life, eternal life. Every evangelistic campaign, and you have been hearing this one and over because I have been mentioned, and this is very important. That's why we say that the health message is the right hand of the evangelism. And every evangelistic campaign to be held in the churches should be introduced by a health segment, so the visitor can hear the truth about the healthy lifestyle. Pastor, now health promoters, you can help the evangelistic pastor to do the campaign, doing seminars, short seminars about the healthy lifestyle. Every church should be equipped with the material for such event. We must present this message to every member, to every community, to every people around us. It is well in presenting the truth to unbelievers. First, to present some subject upon they will agree with us. That's why before a campaign, the best way, the entering which is the health message, is to explain then how to have a healthy lifestyle, how to feel good, because just we have that promise in John 10:10. I have come to you have life and you have it abundantly. Is this a promise that we can share with others? That's why Ellen G. White and Council on Health say it is well in presenting the truth to unbelievers, first to present some subject upon they will agree with it. The principle of health and temperance will appeal to their judgment. And we can, from this subject, lead them to understand the binding claim of the four commandments. It means that you can share the 10, especially the four commandments, through the health message. The medical missionary work is growing in importance and claim the attention of the churches. It is a part of the gospel message and must receive recognition. It is the heaven-ordained means of finding entrance to the heart of people. It is the duty of our church members in every place to follow the instruction of the great teacher. Medical ministry, page 241, is growing in importance. And now you can see how the entire world is talking about health. We have been with this message for so long, and now this is the opportunity to restart again talking about this message. What is the relationship between the medical work, the medical missionary work, and the gospel? What is the relation? Well, the answer is clear. Medical missionary work is the right helping hand of the gospel to open doors for the proclamation of the message. Doors that had been closed to him who merely preaches the gospel will be open to the intelligent medical missionary. God reaches hard through the relief of physical suffering. And that's why this message is so important, because it's when the people feel sick, is more vulnerable to find and to look for something better, for the physical relief of suffering. And the health message offers that. Medical missionary work is in no case to be divorced from the gospel ministry. I say, and you probably hear saying to me saying that before for so many years. I have been saying we have two strong columns in the church, the ministries and the health professional. We must put together those two columns because we cannot divorce from the gospel ministry. The Lord has specified that the two shall be as closely connected as the arm is with the body. Without this union, neither part of the work is complete. Nor the ministry, nor the health. We must unite. The medical missionary work is the gospel in illustration. And this is, you can find that quote in Testimony for the Church, 6-40. The principles of health are found in the Word of God. The gospel of health is to be firmly linked to the ministry of the word. It is the Lord's design that the restoring influence of health reform should be a part of the last great effort to proclaim the gospel message. Medical Ministry, page 259. Conclusion: medical missionary work, it removes prejudice. Why I say that? Because medical missionary work is the pioneer work of the gospel, the door through which the truth for this time is to find entrance to many homes. A demonstration of the principle of health reform will do much toward removing prejudice against our evangelistic work. Also, it's give access to the heart. Do medical missionary work. Thus you will gain access to the heart of the people. The way will be prepared for more desired proclamation of the truth. You will find that relieving their physical suffering give an opportunity to minister to their spiritual needs. That's why remove prejudice and give access to the heart. The time to act is now. We have to have the necessary tool to serve the master and help those in need. And in conclusion, and you must remember that quote, the Ellen G. White. But before I can tell you, our churches are equipped with pastors, health professionals, and now health promoters who are ready to share the good news of Jesus Christ, our Savior. And this must be kept in your head and your heart. And Ellen G. White say in Evangelism, page 523, I wish to tell you that soon there will be no work done in ministerial lines, but medical missionary work. Health promoters, keep that in mind and keep that in your heart. You are a special tool for this end of time. I wish to tell you that soon there will no work done in ministerial line, but medical missionary work. May the Lord help you to understand the importance of the health message and the missionary work. God bless you, and go promoters. Health promoters, go for it. Thank you for your assistance. I hope you understand my English.
Good afternoon, everyone. I seem to be having a challenge with my camera. I just switched devices, so my apologies. Thank you so much, Sister Belkis. You're through with both of your presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming now with two other presentations. Just before I reintroduce Pastor Drackett again, I just want to remind persons, this is a certification that we're doing. It's in 3 sessions of 4 hours per time. And so in order to get the certification, you need to complete the 3 sessions, a total 12 hours. I noticed that some of you are signed on with your electronic device. We need your names, please, because we are taking the register. Okay, so we cannot identify you by your name. You will be marked absent. Okay. Also, the presentations will be available to you through your health leaders. So coming now to present, and we introduced you nicely earlier, Pastor Drackett. And so at this time, we'll just introduce you as the president of the Cayman Conference. And Pastor Drackett will be presenting on the Adventist Church and the health message structure, and also a health messenger, the prophetic gift, a biographical sketch. Let's welcome Pastor Ronaldo Drackett at this time.
Thank you very much. So kind. I had a funeral today that kind of threw off everything, but I really enjoyed your presentation, Sister Belkis. And I got the last part of Sister Annie's one. Thank you so much for sharing this powerful message for this end time, the health message. And we are so grateful that we have a number of our health ministries, leaders, directors online today. And it's such a joy and privilege to be here as we share together. The old saying goes that iron sharpens iron. And so we can learn from each other. We can collaborate as we do our part to spread this good news. And I underline the score good news of this message that God has entrusted to our church. We are so blessed above so many other people. And sometimes I wonder, where would we be if we did not learn about these secrets to good health? And so it's an honor and privilege, I repeat, to be online with you. And I trust that as we share this afternoon, you will be blessed with this presentation. Okay, I think we are sharing screen, and we should be there now. Let me see now what I'm doing wrong. Okay, let me see. I need to, I'm still a novice in working Zoom, but we'll get through. So we're looking at the Adventist Church and the health message. And this is very, very, very interesting as we think about it. One sec here as I...
Pastor, put en full view.
Sí, lo quiero poner en full view.
Okay.
Lo estoy buscando.
Abajo, abajo, Pastor.
Okay, perfecto.
Okay,
Bueno.
abajo. Okay.
Yeah. All right. I think you can see my screen. And so we're looking at the Adventist Church and the health message, and as it relates to the church structure. The Seventh-day Adventist Church, as many of you are aware of, is divided into 13 world divisions and 2 territories. And our main office is there on your screen in Silver Spring, Maryland. And this building, in the building, there are 13 departments and services. And we are happy to say that the Health Ministries Department is one of those departments at the General Conference headquarters, overseeing and seeing to it that this powerful and relevant message is shared with all the world. As we look at the philosophy of the framework of this department, it says the Health Ministries Department works as a resource center offering information and counsels on health and temperance. It provides direction to the church, its departments and agencies on matters of health, temperance, and its policies and programs. And I'm happy for that we have an organized church, an organized department that can share information. Our world has become a global village. And so presently, there is so much information at our fingertip, including information from the Health Ministries Department. And so this department promotes a healthy lifestyle among the members of the church through literature, programs, and Sabbath services. In many of our churches, I'm sure across, especially the Atlantic Caribbean Union, in many of our churches, each Sabbath we have health segments, health nugget, It's just amazing how much can be shared in 5 minutes. I've been to churches where our head leaders share some powerful nuggets, and in just 5 minutes, you can learn so much. I always think about, for example, what people are able to get across in 30 seconds as we think about commercials. Well, just think about 5 minutes presenting a health nugget, a health feature. Our members can learn so much for which they can so be thankful for. The Seventh-day Adventist Church proclaims Jesus' saving grace and the sanctifying presence of the Holy Spirit in the life of the believers. Our bodies are the temples of the Holy Spirit, as 1 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 19 says. And I'm so happy for what Sister Belke said a while ago. Many times, instead of emphasizing the 8 principles for good health, sometimes we are selective. We might emphasize 2 or 3, but we need to emphasize the whole package. God is interested in our whole being. He believes in holistic health, holistic healing, if you please. Therefore, what we think, do, eat, or drink should honor his name. Our whole being and all its components, physical, that is, mental, spiritual, social, and emotional well-being should glorify God. So God is interested in a holistic, he looks at us in a holistic way. He's interested in every facet of our lives, and our members need to hear this. Every Seventh-day Adventist need to hear that. And when they hear this good news, the objective is that they can share this information with their friends and family members. The Adventist Church promotes an integral health and healing philosophy. Through its various organizations, the church operates healthcare centers around the world. Besides a health-promoting lifestyle, it's taught to its members and to the surrounding communities. And as was emphasized earlier, that the health message is the right arm of the gospel. And through health, so many doors can be opened. Here in the Cayman Islands, when I walk in the morning, I can see a number of persons exercising. And when I'm driving to work, I continue to see a number of people on the road exercising. That means people are interested in their health. And that's a wonderful opportunity as a church for us to share this wonderful message that God has given to us. The teachings based on broad principles found in the Holy Scriptures and more explicitly expressed in the counsels given by Ellen G. White are constantly being validated by scientific research. And that's very important to underline, because sometimes we think that the messages given her way back there in the 1800s are not relevant today. But when these are validated scientifically, we can see that inspiration is far above discoveries as we think about the scientific field today. These teachings provide a basis for the lifestyle promoted by the Seventh-day Adventist Church. The church advocates definite steps to be taken to develop a healthy lifestyle and encourages the adoption of a balanced vegetarian diet. The church has also united its effort and support to the organization involved in temperance to fight the physical and social woes caused by alcohol, tobacco, and other harmful substances and destructive drugs. As we think about tobacco, there's many of you might know there's a new thing that the enemy is using to entice our young people called vaping. And recently, last year, as a matter of fact, at our school at Cayman Academy, we had to include this in the school policies because some students were caught vaping, using vapor. What's the name again? Yeah, vaping in the bathroom. But guess what? Because there was nothing in the policies, I say, well, we can't touch them, and so therefore we were forced to include these in the policies. But it's It's really interesting. It's enticing. It's packaged in such a beautiful way, and different scents that really appeal to a young people. But they need to learn that, hey, these are traps that the enemy has placed there to just destroy the lives of our young people and even adults. Besides, it recommends to avoid drugs aside from cases where evidence of therapeutic intervention exists. The church encourages its members to avoid meat-based foods. It also suggests the avoidance of drinks containing caffeine and other harmful substances that can be detrimental to good health. I remember as a young person growing up in our church, we were taught back then that, hey, do not touch Coca-Cola, Pepsi Colas, and those kind of caffeine drinks. They're detrimental to our health. And hey, we ran with those. But what is amazing to see today, we see some of our young people just walking with those cans in their hands from these caffeine drinks, and just like something normal. Back then it was frowned at. But again, it's lack of information. And of course, as we promote these principles, there are a lot of information, as for example, as it relates to the detrimental effects of caffeine on the human body. So there are a lot of information. Young people today, they want to get scientific information, and there are a lot of information on the effects of caffeine on the body that can really help people to make intelligent decisions. Our mission objective is not limited to physical healing. It also includes the promotion of mental, social, and spiritual well-being of the person on a whole. The Health Ministries Department promotes the Adventist lifestyle as we share the integral gospel with others. So it's not just not eating meat, it includes a lot more than that. As I repeat, God believes in a holistic healing. He wants us to be healthy physically, emotionally, socially, spiritually. He believes in the whole person, in the whole person being healthy. And so in conclusion, the Inter-American Division's Health Ministries Department's philosophy is based on the fundamental belief of the human being's fullness, man created, redeemed, and completely glorified. And so we thank God for this. Our territory is vast, people from different cultures, but tell you what, the health message is relevant to everyone. It does not matter what part of our division we are from. And so, these health issues affects everybody, just like the pandemic is affecting everybody worldwide. And so, Sister Annie, you tell me when I can switch to the other. And technician, maybe you can just switch me. I guess it'll be faster, so we can go into the next one.
Would you like to go through the Inter-American Division, show the breakdown briefly?
Oh, all right, we could do that.
Following this slide, there is a breakdown.
All right, okay. So of course, our division is divided into 24 unions. So this division, just a few years ago, not too long, there were just maybe 15 unions. Now there are 24. Our field is growing so fast that it has to be divided into new segments in order to serve the territory better. And there are 16 departments located at the main office in Miami, Inter-American Division headquarters. And one of those departments, of course, is the Health Ministries Department, and we can say amen to that. Okay. The church accepts the responsibility to reveal Christ to the world and believers. This includes the moral obligation to preserve human dignity, reaching the optimal physical, mental, and spiritual health levels. And we praise God for that. Besides ministering to the sick, that responsibility is intended for the prevention of disease through an effective sanitary education program and leadership in promoting optimum health, a life without tobacco, alcohol, and drugs, or alcohol and other drugs, free from unclean foods. Members will be encouraged to follow the principles of a vegetarian diet where possible. And so here we have the organigramma, what you call it in English again, the flow chart of how the Inter-American Division is lined up, especially as it relates to the Health Ministries Department. At the General Conference, we have a Health Ministries Department. At the Inter-American, likewise. At the Union, we do also have a Health Ministries Department. Sister Annie Price is a director. At our conference, well, we do not have any more missions in the Atlantic Caribbean Union, but at every conference headquarters, we also have a Health Ministries Director. So we can see how it's filtered down, and the health message is intended to be promoted to every member of a church, and by extension to the members of our community. To plan and implement an efficient church program, it is necessary for the church to elect them a health ministries director, very important. And I think here in this presentation, we thank the person who puts it together. It's very important to elect the right person. You know, sometimes we can have some strong supporting persons. Not necessarily they might have the leadership qualities, but when you have a strong leader who is convinced about the health message, and as promoted by the Seventh-day Adventist Church, it can really be an asset to the church. And this should be a person that has an orientation in the respect and who is interested in promoting the church's norm and healthful living among the members and the community through health ministries. Programs to be developed by the church. It should plan programs and information in agreement with the Seventh-day Adventist Church ideals and philosophy, and integrate them in an efficient physical and spiritual testimony. That's wonderful. And on Sabbaths, as our health leaders give health nuggets, it's good also to take testimonies from people who have been putting these principles in action, and let them tell the story of how they have been benefited. You know, this would encourage others to adopt our principles that God has inspired his servants to pen, and which we have today. In terms of the responsibilities, it says, of the health ministries leaders, is outline, plan, and budget in consultation with the pastor, the health ministries commission, and the church board. The annual church programs that emphasize total health and temperance for church members as well as to the community. It's very important for the health ministries leader, since we're referring to this person, in the local church to communicate. Is very important when they attend these forums and get information. It's very important for the local leader, and personally, I say that at the conference level is very important for the departmental directors to share. Let us know what the right hand, let the left hand know what the right hand is doing as we share information and we support one another. The same way at the local level, we need to promote that the health leader, in this case, share with the pastor some of the plans, share with your first elder, share with the other leaders. So you can really get them in your corner. So sometime I discover that sometime we can get the permission or arrange that seminars can be given to the board members, because sometimes the leaders of the church do not understand all the ramification and the importance of the health message. And so if the board members are on board, if they are converted to the message that God has given to the church, I believe that it will be easier for it to be transmitted to the rest of the membership of the church. Secondly, promote a permanent testimony campaign in the community about the destructive effects of tobacco, alcoholism, other substance and health-destroying agents. Cultivate good relations with the community health and temperance organization. That's very important. For example, here in the Cayman Islands, we have the some of the organizations like the Lions Club that do some wonderful community projects, helping people to protect their sight and so on. And so we can link up with some of these organizations, and so they can see what we have to offer and know that, hey, we also play an integral part in the community. Number 4 says incentive, the study of the biblical principles, give incentive to the study of the biblical principles and the health counsels of the spirit of prophecy concerning health and temperance. Urge the church members to practice principles of healthful living. Number 6, prepare and execute health and temperance education program in the church and in the community it serves, in close collaboration with the Conference of Mission Health Ministries Department Director. 7, act as secretary to the local church health ministries department board of directors, except when asked to lead out in the meeting as a chairperson. This board, the local church health ministries department board of directors, this board is of directors' task consists of providing the church community dedicated leadership and so on. And Sister Annie put in the chat that these slides will be made available to all of you who are online. We recognize that we have a limited amount of time for each segment, but this information will be available to you so you can look it over, and we are sure that you can be blessed. You can be, your ministry can be strengthened as we promote the health ministry's role in our church and in our community. So when the pastor is not president of the board director, he should be an ex officio member, and so on. Sister Anna, you tell me when my segment, my 20 minutes is over in this first section, so I can know when I must get ready for the other part. All right.
I think the time has come
Yeah.
for you to move on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so too. But thank you so much. Powerful information, and I know it can be a blessing to everyone. See, and I like. I think somebody said earlier, we need to get our pastors on board, and these health summits and health seminars of equipping and sharing the importance, because we need to recognize the enemy does not want us to understand God's plan for our lives through the health ministries. And so he's going to do everything to try to create roadblocks. But if we can really work with the leaders and get the leaders on board, the work will become easier, I believe. All right, but thank you so much. And so if my technician can switch me to the next area of the the biography of, let me stop this one here so we can maybe go in the other one. Okay, let me see now. But Garcia, if you can, what you call it now, view. Okay, good. All right, great. So we look now at the health messenger, the prophetic gift as given to Ellen White. It's good to know this information. Let's go back up. It's good to know that she wrote more than 5,000 magazine articles.
You're not sharing it, Pastor John.
You're not hearing me? Let me see. Sorry.
No, you're not sharing it.
I'm not sharing as yet? Wow. Sorry about that, man. Sorry. Let me see. All right. Let me see. One sec here. Okay. Let me see. All right. All right. Thanks for that. All right. Let me see now. Slideshow. Okay. Okay. I trust we're on now. We good, Garcia?
After we can see.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see everything.
All right, great. So yes, it's very important that in English, at least, because it's not the same in other languages, but in English, we have 26 books written by her. In other languages, they are still translating these books into the other languages, but they are But we thank God for the way, and it's going to be amazing to see all of this information, all of this that was written. For example, Steps to Christ, that is known by, I think, all Seventh-day Adventists, is one of the book that is most translated over 144 languages. Just imagine how this book has blessed so many persons. Another great information is that Ellen White is a twin. She has a twin sister, Elizabeth. And of course, the date they were born on the 26th of November, 1827 in Portland, Maine. And she was the youngest of 9. Let me see. Yeah. And yes. Yeah. These twins, they were the youngest of 8 siblings, rather, in the Harmon's family. Her childhood was like the childhood of any one of us. However, at age 9, she suffered an accident while attending school. One of the students at the school threw a stone and hit her right in the face, broke her nose. She became unconscious, and that affected her health. She was not able to continue with normal studies. But I like to say here that she was a person who was eager to learn. She was one of those persons we have in our world that was self-taught. There are a lot of very intelligent persons in our world that were self-taught. They read books with different valuable information. They taught themselves. And this is one of Ellen White's experience. Her inability to attend school did not stop her from getting an informal education. She had an inquiring mind and a sensitive nature, as we said before. And one of the things that interested her was the subject and the second coming of Jesus. Her family were Methodists, Robert and Eugene Harmon. Her parents worship at the Pine Street Methodist Church in Portland. And this is very important because around 1840s, when William Miller, the leader of the Millerite movements, when he was preaching, especially on the subject of the second coming of Jesus, her family, including her, they were attracted to this preaching about the second coming of Jesus, and they felt so in love with this teaching, so in love with Jesus, that they became followers of William Miller. And so because of that, they were disfellowshipped from the Methodist Church, and so very important as they continue to support the Millerite movement and looking forward to the second coming of Jesus. And on the 22nd of October, 1844, Ellen White and her family were among those that experienced what we know as the Great Disappointment, when they expected Jesus to come on that date and he did not come. But nonetheless, there are many from this movement that through William Miller. Many continued to search the scriptures to see what went wrong. As a matter of fact, we have a rich history. The following morning after the Great Disappointment, Hiram Edson, while walking through a cornfield, he had something like a vision where he saw distinctly Christ moving from the holy to the most holy place. And that is what sparked the interest in studying more on the subject of the second coming. Of course, as they did so, God revealed more to them. Subject on the sanctuary, the Sabbath truth would come after. But as it relates to Ellen White, after the Great Disappointment, 2 months after, she had a vision in December of 1844. While she was praying at the family altar, the Holy Spirit descended upon her, and she felt like she was rising more and more, higher and higher. And I was in the worship service with 3 other young girls, she tells, and with her host, Sister Ines, when this vision took place. 1 week later, she received, sorry for that typo, she received another vision In this vision, she was told she should go to the people and present to them what God had revealed to her. Now, this was a challenge, and it's very important for us as health leaders, as members in general, and this virtual platform. It's good to know that before God called Ellen White, God called two other persons, Hazen Foss and William Foy, two men, but unfortunately, they turned down the call that God was extended to them to become his messenger. And now God turned to the weakest of the weak. And as the Apostle Paul wrote in 1 Corinthians, my strength is made perfect in weakness. And it's very interesting as you see it here, because Ellen White, for example, she was 17 years old when God called her, and she weighed only 73 pounds, sickly. But God is going to do some amazing things through her as she makes herself available. And so I believe, and not just Ellen White was a young person whom God used at the beginning of the Advent movement. Because when we think, for example, of John Nevin Andrews, John J.N. Andrews, he was also a relatively young person in his 20s when he became editor of the Science of the Time. And all of them, James White was also in his youthful. We say young people are from 15 to 35 or 30. Well, they were in that age bracket, and God used them in a powerful way. When, for example, this doctor, John Harvey Kellogg, when he became the director of the sanitarium, as you will no doubt learn, he was also relatively young. So God used a lot of young persons. And so we must not be afraid to use young persons as they take part, as we integrate with the church. From the General Conference has been promoting total member involvement, and that includes the young people. Let us get them on board as they help to promote this wonderful message. As they promote it, as they begin to live it, they can influence their peers to adopt these principles and to spread it like wildfire. And when they discover these principles, it's amazing how they can share it virtually to their friends, and so the message can go to a far extent in reaching more people than we are reaching today. So she was afraid that that she might become proud, saying that God called her to be his messenger, but our messenger, or the angel or messenger, told her, don't worry. God is with you. He will help you. He will give you the confidence. He will give you the strength. He will not leave you, and so on. While she was sharing her testimony with a group of believers in Oregon, and do not think that she didn't have opposers. There were people who opposers trying to put down or calling and so on, but God was behind it, and God led her step by step through it all. Now, she met a young Millerite preacher called James White. It's amazing when we read the story that she was very missionary minded, and so as they went sharing the word of God with people all around, with adults of course along, and James White was in the group, and so they noticed, hey, these two young persons, they're doing a fantastic job, a great job. And so before people started to talk, people like to talk, right? So before people started to talk, they encouraged them, why not get married? You see. So they got married there in 30th of August, 1846. And what a wonderful ministry both of them carried out. Wonderful, wonderful ministry. James White, of course, used to work so hard. He was intemperate in his working. The laborers, the harvest was ripe and the laborers were few. And so he would go to large extent, not taking care of his health. And so he had some episodes and with his health. Sister Annie, one of the things that I recall, because when the General Conference was organized, when the church was organized in 1863, shortly after the health message, God gave Ellen White the health message in the same year of 1863. And her husband, James White, got sick. He got a stroke. And of course, they began to prescribe the medicine that traditional medicine that were in existence back then. And so Ellen White says, no, 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 we're going to do differently. And so she began to practice on him and to encourage him to get out, for example, in the open air, start exercising. And it's amazing, by following those simple remedies, simple practices, he got back on his feet. He overcame that health deficiency, and he was able to do so much for the Lord. And so during the last 15 years of her life, she lived some 50 miles from San Francisco. And a great story, just was it last year or the year before, Sister Annie, when the fires in California were drawing close to Elms Haven, the house where Ellen White lived for several years until her death. That was what year? 2019?
Last year they had the fires.
Yeah.
Either last year before.
It could be last year, but it's amazing how God worked a miracle as people from around the world were praying. God, the fires were drawing close to this home, a 2-story building, and where Sister White lived, where many of her visions were given, and so on. I like to share with you an experience. I visited this home in California a few years ago, and the tour guide was led us to a room. And he said she was, Satan afflicted her with some rheumatic fever or something. She was almost paralyzed there for weeks and weeks. And the neighbors from the next house next door saw a bright light in the room. They knew it was a room, and they were wondering, why is a room so bright? And the following morning, they were told, well, the angel of the Lord visited her and was here with her and gave her the assurance, your work is not finished as yet. You have much more to do. And so in spite of what Satan is trying to do, you're going to survive this. But it's just amazing as we read the story. But Elms Haven is a very historic building in Adventism, where Ellen White lived, wrote many pages, and you can see artifacts when you go to that house, the board where she wrote on, and so on. Now, during these years, she supervised the development of the Paradise Valley Sanitarium in Glendale in Loma Linda. She also directed the establishment of the Adventist School of Medicine that was known as the College of Medical Evangelists, which later became known as Loma Linda University. So she was the one who was inspired to establish this center of learning. She died at Elms Haven on July 16, 1915, at the age of 87. It's important for us to note that, because just considering the accident she had at age 9 and her frail health, but it was because of the health message that God gave her in 1863 that she put in practice that, caused her to live that long. Without the health message, no doubt she would have lived just a short time, considering how she was affected, and how people in general was affected by their health back then. Her first year were very poor ones financially. They worked in the fields and building railroads. Their preaching and their travels continued. At the beginning of 1850s decade, they began the publishing ministry in Rochester, New York. In 1855, they moved to Battle Creek, Michigan, which became the first Seventh-day Adventist headquarters, Michigan. That's where all the Adventists were gathered, like in Jerusalem, in the days of the disciples. Everybody was packed up in Jerusalem until, persecution came to Jerusalem, and the folks was scattered to other places. But we praise God, the message went from Michigan to other places. They began to emphasize the importance of spreading the news in mission fields. Jane Andrews became one of the first missionary, and so on. She learned about the Sabbath by the means of Captain Joseph Bates. At the first, she was resistant to it, something new. The mind tend to resist what is new. But later on, Joseph Bates wrote a paper and she read it, and she thought it was biblically based, and she accepted it, and so she became a great defendant. Of course, later on, she received a vision. Yes, a later year, last part here, a vision. God showed her the importance of his law. And when she got this vision, she saw a halo of light around the fourth commandment, just to reinforce the importance of this commandment that has been forgotten. And so the need for better health was impressed on her and the White family with the death of their first child at the age of 16. And that's important, brethren. She lost two of her children, one at age 16, one of only a few months old. And so Ellen White was not a super person that didn't go through some of the things that you and I go through today. She went through a lot of those stuff too. So when she wrote as a human being who went through all of those challenges like what we go through today. In 1865, James White suffered a stroke, which impaired him for 3 years. I told you already what happened. She took him out, said, no, you need fresh air. It's interesting that back then people used to believe that, if you're sick, if you have a flu, you need to caulk all the little holes in the room and lock up everywhere, all the doors, all the windows. We should not allow any air to come in. Later on, part of the health message to learn, we need to breathe fresh air as part of the remedy to enjoy good health. In June, a bit after the Seventh-day Adventist General Conference organization, Sister White received the widely encompassing vision and health, a natural preventive medicine. So both the organization of our church and the health message were given in the same year, 1863. The vision emphasized each person's responsibility to pay intelligent attention to the health of the body and the mind. In letters, in White letter number 4 in 1863, she wrote, I saw that it was everyone's duty to pay attention to health, but that we should pay special attention and dedicate time to our own health so that we can in some way recuperate from the effects of extra limiting and overtaxing our mind. One great book on the importance of the mind is the Mind, Character, and Personality. Yes, Mind, Character, and Personality. The power of the mind and how we can protect our minds, because many of the sicknesses people suffer from today are psychosomatic. They take place in the mind. But we need to have positive minds. So we thank God for the ministry of Ellen White and for the marvelous way in which God used her to bless the Seventh-day Adventist Church with such a wonderful, life-changing message that can truly be make a difference for young persons and adults. May God richly bless you as you continue in these seminars, and may your ministry continue to grow as we share hope with people today. Our world is sick, but God has a solution. Thank you so much. God bless you. A pleasure being with you this afternoon.
Oh my gosh, I can't see none. Thank you so much, Pastor Trackett, for reminding us of the history of the health message and the church structure. Just want to remind persons to keep their mics muted and to also put your name on the platform so we can identify you for your certificate. Coming now is Dr. Anthony Frankson. That's Morton Anthony C. Frankson. I got all of his names. He was born in Jamaica, Kingston, Jamaica. He's a medical graduate of the University of the West Indies and of Loma Linda University School of Public Health. He currently serves as a lecturer at the University of the West Indies in epidemiology, biostatistics, community health and medical humanities, which is also ethics, professionalism, and history of medicine. And he's been with the University of the West Indies from 2006 to the present date. He also serves as the first vice president for the Jamaica Statistical Society. He's an active member with the Seventh-day Adventist Church, serving presently in Nassau, Bahamas, where his membership is with the Centreville Church. He's married to Myris Yvette Frankson. They have one son, Gregory, and a granddaughter, Alyssa, who lives in Tampa, Florida. So coming to us now is Dr. Anthony Frankson, and he will be speaking on fundamentals of anatomy and physiology. And at this time, I'd just like to read the
We're on the chat?
question.
On the chat?
Can you mute your mic, please?
Mute your mics.
Just before Dr. Frankson presents, I would just like to share with you the course description of fundamentals of anatomy and physiology. This course provides a basic knowledge of the human body, its systems, and their functions. This course includes the dynamics of physiology, the terminology, and physiological relationship between the body systems. The course objectives are A, to introduce the fundamental principles of human anatomy and physiology, and B, to discuss relevant physiological processes for health promoters. Discussion topics will be A, relevant anatomical terms for the study that will follow, and B, a brief analysis of body systems and their functions on the digestive system and also the respiratory system. I present to you now Dr. Morton Anthony C. Frankson.
Hello, everyone. You have embarked on a beautiful pathway. I've been practicing medicine since the mid-1970s and integrated public health with that. I have 4 majors in public health. I have a major in international health, now called global health, and also in preventive care, and also in biostatistics and epidemiology. And at Loma Linda, I learned a little bit of history and even law for public health. And so I teach all of those things as much as I can to the medical students here in the Bahamas. It was, well, way back in the late 1970s that we started something similar to this in Jamaica. We called it the Advent Health Volunteer Society, when we trained and graduated people at North Street Church several times. And from there, it spread across. And it's been functioning beautifully with Pastor Drackett. You mentioned the Lions Club and all that. We were out there with them. It was really a wonderful thing. In fact, there was never a crusade that we didn't get a tent, the health tent. And I see that that tradition has continued. And now here I am in the Bahamas, and it is just wonderful to work with Sister Lacroix. And her husband is a joy to be with as well, the wonderful Ozzy, her wonderful love of her life. And maybe my wife is online with me too. But if she is, hi love, she's in Tampa, in Orlando at the moment. But through the power of Zoom, we can Zoom and be connected all over the place. We have a few modules to cover this afternoon, this evening, I should say, as it goes in. And I noticed that on Zoom, I see some of my friends from Cayman and from Jamaica and so forth. So I want to say thank you for being there. And some of you are teachers yourselves, so you should be the ones doing this. But here I go. We're going to start, first of all, with the heart of the matter, the cardiovascular system. And I hope that you have placed up on the screen now, Brother Garcia, I was told that you were the manager of those things. I've placed on the screen now Wow. I've been talking all this while and my mic was muted. All right,
No,
technology.
Dr. Franklin, your mic was not muted. We heard every word you said. Do you have your presentation to share?
No, I was told that Brother Garcia would have it and he would share and he would move along. So I'm depending on him.
Okay. Elder Garcia?
Yeah.
We have that available.
So, good, Pastor. Put it up and let's go. Anatomy and physiology of the cardiovascular system. Not that one. Anatomy and physiology of the cardiovascular system. Yes, wonderful. I just have faith that it is going to come up any moment now. Yes, so let me tell you the systems that we were dealing with: the cardiovascular system, the nervous system, the respiratory system, and the digestive system. And I might as well let you know that until we see this presentation up on the screen, I want you to join me in a little exercise. Okay,
it's up.
It's up. Okay. I have 20 pounds worth of weights here, and I'm going to do a few push-ups with it. 1, 2, 3, and then the other arm. I wonder if you could do it, even if you have no weight. It's amazing that you're able to do that. And the reason you're able to do that is that blood rushes to the muscles and to the nerves and to your brain, and it gives it the order, and nourishment comes in from the blood, and that nourishment and electricity meets in the muscles that actually are able to contract and relax, and I'm able to do that. But how does that blood get there in the first place? Well, we have a heart. We have a pump. We call it the heart. And the objectives of this evening's presentations are that you will understand what the more medical term is: cardiovascular system and the circulation. That's objective number 1. Objective number 2 is that you familiarize yourself with the anatomy of that structure and the concept of diastole and systole. And number 3, that you understand this whole business of blood pressure and how it is measured. After this module, we will just check on you to see how you, if you are getting the point. And from there, we will take it and you will actually move on after that to the next module. So, arteries take things away from, and veins bring things towards the heart. I hope you remember that. Brother Garcia, you're moving too fast. I will say next when you're moving, when you're to move, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, arteries take things away from, and veins bring things towards the heart. Okay, so any vessel that's taking stuff away from the heart, it's an artery. Even if it's good blood, like the heart, blood in the right side of the heart going to the lungs, it's going in the pulmonary arteries. Whereas the blood that is coming back from the body into the right side is coming through 2 big veins, 2 cave-like veins. On the other side, on the left side of the heart, the pulmonary vein is coming from the lungs with fresh blood. So veins don't have to carry only bad blood, or used blood. And they're coming with good blood from the lungs to the heart, and it's pulmonary veins. And then from there, we have the heart collecting it on the left side and jetting it out to us through the aorta, which is the big artery, and from there into smaller branches. The word heart, next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Go, the word heart means the core. Those of you who eat breadfruit, you know that the heart of the breadfruit is the core of that breadfruit. It doesn't always have to mean the organ that pumps the blood, and that's where we get things that feed it, vessels that feed it. We call them the coronary vessels. And it's a muscular pump. The heart is a muscular pump that is really fascinating, because we know of this vessel from ever since. And remember the great Egyptian Amenhotep in 275 BC, describing the frequency of the beats with the functioning of the heart by resting and finding pulses. And as he found pulses, he would teach that to his various students. Even before him, Hippocrates called the heart a strong muscle. And then not until 1628, William Harvey published an explanation regarding the blood circulation. He was a rich young doctor. His brothers actually were doing so well with trade in the West Indies and around the world. They sent him to medical school, paid all his bills, and just told him, do anything you want to do. Oh, I wish I had some brothers like that. And he really used the time well there in England, and he sorted out this whole business of the heart. And well so too, because before that, we used to teach and we used to think that the blood was made in the liver, and that the blood just came through your body like tides, you know, like the tides when you go to the seashore and you see high tide and low tide. That's how we used to teach doctors way back then, even in the days of Christ. And after that too, for quite a long time, until William Harvey came along and said, no, it's a circulation, and it's beautifully done. And between 1857 and 1882, working separately, Dairy and Dudgeon designed the apparatus to measure the blood pressure. And that was a big achievement. And next slide, please. There it is. Isn't that wonderful? The heart, study that for a moment. Look and see if you see what is happening. Do you see what is happening? When the heart is contracting, do you see like it is also twisting slightly? It's like it's twisting slightly, like when you're just about wringing out some clothes, water out of some clothes. Look if you see that twisting motion. As it contracts, it twists and squirts that blood out in those big vessels that are coming from the top there, especially the big one right on the top called the aorta. There you go. Now, in recent years, the field of molecular biology has helped us to clarify much about the intricacies of this masterpiece here that we have. And you know, the psalmist says we are fearfully or formidably and wonderfully made in Psalm 139, verse 14. We use the term cardiovascular because it's not about the heart only, but those vessels that come off and go elsewhere to the body. And the heart really is a hollow organ. And it's located in the middle of your thorax, your chest, and slightly to the left and downwards, just below your left breast, and go just behind it, where it attaches to where your breast attaches to your chest. And there, you have two big cavities. Each of those cavities at the top, you can see them. Each of those cavities at the top, we call the atria. And you see like a flap on the left side there, that looks, they call that the ears of the heart, or the auricles of the heart. And the auricle is just a part of the atrium. The atrium singular, atria, when we're talking about the two like things. And as we said, is divided into the left side and the right side. And this is when that is completed its work and sent blood around and the blood comes back again, we say the blood has gone through the systemic circulation. And when it goes up to the lungs, you see on the left side another set of vessels sticking up there. Those vessels are actually the ones that sticking out to the right, and so that's taking the blood to the heart, to the lungs. And those are the pulmonary circulation or the lung circulation. And let's go to the next slide, Brother Garcia. There you go. Each upper cavity or atrium with the attached auricles that I showed you receives blood and pumps it towards the ventricles. So take, for example, the blue ones now. Follow the blue side for me. Out comes the blood. Now, the blood that comes is not blue, it's dark red. It means it's lacking in oxygen. And when it comes back from the lungs, it's more bright red. But let's imagine it's the dark red as blue. And you can see a lower pipe and an upper pipe on the left side. And so blood like from your head and your arms and so forth, they would be coming from the upper pipe, coming through the upper pipe. And the blood from your legs and your stomach, and so they would be coming through the upper pipe. And they come into that first thing that says AD, that big cavity there. It's not the biggest cavity. It is the atrium, the right atrium. The word for right in Spanish is derecha. So learn to speak in tongues this evening. I had to learn some Latin, so you can learn some Spanish. After all, Spanish is badly spoken Latin. Oops, here I got into trouble. But there you go. Blood comes there, and from there, as it receives the blood, it pumps it towards the ventricles and out to the other from the ventricle. As the ventricle is full of blood, that blue ventricle down there, the VD, that's ventricular derecha, or left or right ventricle. As it gets full of blood, it triggers in its stretch and other things that we'll talk about soon. It triggers a contractile motion, and it shoots the blood up those little that little chamber up there, and you see some little valves. You see the little bottom of the valves there, and that valve is actually an important valve, because after it shoots the blood up there, those valves lock up so that the blood doesn't drop right back down into the heart. The blood that was just shot out of the right ventricle, and the valves are called the cusps. The cuspid. The word cusp is the pointed edge where two curves meet, or where two different things meet. We say that's the cusp. Sometimes you even wear the word, my goodness, he was on the cusp of success. He was right on the edge of success. So those valves have edges that meet and they seal nicely. And before you know it, they have done their job of getting the blood out and shot towards the lungs. And now let's go to the red side. The blood is coming through. The blood is coming through. Those, you see two little pipes to the left and two little pipes to the right. They're actually coming from the lungs. And those are what we call the pulmonary veins. And as you can see now, look up in the left chamber, the top left chamber, you see where those four pipes open. You see the four openings, and they come right into the what we call the left atrium. And it's 1 second, please. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can you call me back after 7? I'm teaching a class.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye. Okay. Yes. So there they are. The blood comes in there, And after the blood is filled enough, it just pours right down into, you see, it's the two little white things. Those are the valves there that it passes. And as it fills up the left, by the way, do you notice that the left one is a little thicker than the right one? The left ventricle, the wall, is a little thicker. It's more muscular. It has to shoot blood. The right side only has to push blood to the lungs. This one now has to push blood up through the big curved aorta that is on the top there. It has to push blood all the way through around the body. So it is more muscular. And I hope you notice some little like electric wires, those red little electric wires traveling through it. They're actually made of tissue of the body that we'll talk about. And the heart has internal valves. These internal valves, they're the white ones, the white looking ones on the left and on the right. And those valves have special names. And they all help to catch the blood once it has passed through so that it doesn't get swallowed, regurgitated back, you know, belched up back, if you want to use that term. For those of you who has belched up some food and like, oops, I didn't want the food back in my mouth, I wanted it down in my stomach. Well, that's because a little valve at the end of your throat, your esophagus, didn't work too well, and you had what we call regurgitation. But you don't want that to be happening in the heart, so we have these things so that we don't have backward or retrograde flow. And that would just make the heart really be not functioning properly. And on the left side, it's called the tricuspid valves. That's because it has three cusps. On the right side, it's called the mitral valve. And those valves are internal valves. And the ones that control the ones that the blood that is pushed on the right side to the lungs, and the ones that pushed on the left side to the rest of the body, those valves are called the external valves. Huh? And there you have them. And God has designed us beautifully so that things work wonderfully. I have a little secret for you. These things are so wonderful. I want you to go on Wikipedia or whatever and look at them more carefully and study them, because one of the things we're told in the Spirit of Prophecy is that when we master the basics of the anatomy and physiology of our bodies, we can more intelligently understand the health advice that we need to learn, and also that as we share with others, we can understand what we're explaining to them. You know, there was for a long time, people used to think that we thought with our hearts. For example, they didn't understand the anatomy of the brain. And you know, you even see it in the Bible as a metaphor. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Well, we understand much better now, and we understand that metaphorically, it's not a bad thing to think with your heart. You must think until you feel it in the core of you. You must believe until you feel it in the core of you. So spiritually, it's still a correct statement, but anatomically, we have moved on, and we say you think with the heart, and Harvey helped us to clear up that you pump the blood you think with your brain, sorry, and Harvey helped us to clear up that you pump the blood with your heart. Back to these valves. These valves sometimes can get damaged. I don't know if any of you are old enough to know when rheumatic fever was a big thing all around the Caribbean, for example, and around the Inter-America. And we had rheumatic fever, and it had rheumatic heart disease. And it was an allergic reaction to bacteria that's set up in our throats. And the body, in fighting those bacteria, made antibodies, but those bacteria had some things on their outer membrane that was similar to those valves, proteins, and so forth. And so in attacking those organisms, the body would accidentally attack the edges, the cusps of the valves, and they would get not smooth and attached precisely to each other when they come together, but they would be bumpy, and you would have a lot of leakage. And you would have children who, for example, it used to be a lot of children who had rheumatic heart fever and rheumatic heart disease, and you would get them really, unfortunately, getting quite sick. let's talk a little bit about the systemic circulation. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, but before we go there, let's just look at that quickly. There's the blood entering. It comes through the left side up to the heart, then goes to the right side, back to the heart, and bam, out to the, comes to the right side, into the heart, into the lungs, and to the left, then from the lungs into the left side, and from there it's shot through to the body. So there's your circulation. Next slide, please. Okay, and there are the valves. I named them for you, the tricuspid, and the pulmonary valves are the more external ones, and the mitral and the aortic valves are the ones internal that you see. You look at the mitral valve, you know why they call it a mitral valve? You know those bishops and archbishops that wear that tall mitre and the Pope and so forth, and it's like a V shape up on their head, and it has a piece to the back and a piece to the front. This kind of looks like that, so to anatomists. And you know, a lot of our great scientists were members of the Catholic Church at the time. So guess what? They named it after their beliefs. And of course, the tricuspid valve it has three cusps, three leaves. Next slide, please. All righty. So the role of the heart is now to pump the blood through the systemic circulation to the body, and the pulmonary circulation to the lungs. By now, you have seen that. And the right half does that work of taking blood that needs to be oxygenated and sending it to the lungs. And then from there, the lungs refresh it. And you get a quick exchange of carbon dioxide and almost as quick an exchange of oxygen. And so carbon dioxide gets in the lungs and we breathe it out, and oxygen from the lungs gets to the body and to the little sacs called alveoli. And from there, we actually have a refreshing of the blood. And as it comes to the left side, it gets pumped out. And as it gets pumped out through some big vessels. And I want to let you know that these vessels are not like your garden hose, you know, made of one material, and that's it. When God makes things really technically to last for a long, long time. How many times have you changed your garden hose since you bought garden hoses, right? Every few years. Well, these vessels have to last you for, well, my cousin in New York, she's knocking 106 now, and she has those good vessels from, I used to grow up with her in St. Mary up in the hills there, like Geisel and Seafield and so forth, those wonderful places that some of you might know. And we used to walk up those hills, etc. And her vessels got so strong. And here is what they're made of. These vessels are actually made of layers, huh? An outer layer that is really strong and tough. And then you have a membrane, and then you have an inner layer of muscles to help. So sometimes the vessels can contract. And then you have like a cement layer there, and then you have another layer right in the inner core. You see that other layer right in there where the blood flows through. And that's a thin, smooth layer, smoother than any government could pave a road. Smoother than nylon, because you don't want any ruffles and bumps. You want it going through smoothly. When blood goes through roughly, it makes noise, and it gets turbulent, and we say it has a murmur or a bruit. And we can sometimes put a stethoscope wherever there is a wrong flowing of blood, and we can pick up where noises where that should not be. So sometimes if your doctor puts a stethoscope on their head, he might be looking to see if a blood vessel there was dilated when it should not have been and is making turbulence. But there you have it. There you have it. And when the heart contracts, it rushes that blood through. And as the heart rushes that blood through, it actually makes a pressure wave. And pressure wave, somebody needs to unmute their mic. Somebody needs to unmute their mic. Thank you. And that pressure wave, you could actually rest your finger, say, on your neck and press it towards your throat. Somebody, please mute your mic.
Just a moment, please. Excuse me, Dr. Franklin.
Okay.
Banton, David, please close your mic. David Banton, please close your mic.
David Banton. Mute your mic, Brother Banton. Thank you so much. I wonder if you're related to Brother Banton that I knew from Andrew's Church in Kingston. It was a wonderful man.
Yes, that was my father.
Oh, hi, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Oh, wonderful. We had great memories. Well, small world. Yes, but you could pick up your pressure waves by just resting your finger, for example, by your wrist. On the inner side of your wrist, you just press the finger gently, 2 fingers gently down, and you can actually feel as you press the vessel against the bones there, the radial bone, the radius, you can actually feel it going, and you actually pick up your pulse, or you do it in your neck, or you could do it behind your knee, or you could do it by your groin, or other places as well, where the blood vessels lie closely under the skin, but also can be pressured against something firm, and you can feel it. And those pulse waves actually are ways of the body making sure that enough energy is transmitted so that the blood gets to where you want to get it to. You see that those capillaries, it has to get to those capillaries. Look on the one on the left, you see blood coming down and it gets to those arteries, from the arteries to the arterioles, and then it gets across to the capillaries. Of course, you know, no part of your body looks like this, but this was just an artist's diagram. Our bodies are far more complicated than that, but the principle is there, and then from the capillaries get back to venules, and from venules back to the heart. Next slide, please, Brother Garcia. Now that I'm telling you about those vessels, I might as well tell you. Okay, go to the next one again, please. Yes. Oh, let's keep at that one for a while. We just go back one for me, just for a second. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. You get to see the picture here now. Whenever the heart is pushing out that at an average of about 65 to 90 beats per minute, if you're Usain Bolt or Shelly-Ann Fraser or one of those other great athletes, you can even go down to 45 a minute because their hearts are so strong. What we do in 90 beats, they do in 45 beats. Their hearts are so powerful. But when that heart has to contract and push out the blood, we use the Greek word. You see, not only pastors speak Greek, you know, we doctors speak Greek too, and we health workers speak Greek. We use the Greek word for squeeze. And the Greek word for squeeze, when the heart squeezes out the blood, is systole. Systole. Can everybody say systole for me? Keep your mics mute, but say systole. Please don't say systole or something like that. Not after Dr. Frankson has taught you. Say systole. That's Greek that you're speaking. And it means to squeeze. But you know, you can't squeeze something forever, right? And after all, the pictures you saw was that it squeezed and then it relaxed. And guess what? As it relaxes, the walls fall apart. And guess what is the meaning of the word for apart? Diastole, or for relaxing. There the muscles of the heart relax. So you have 2 phases to the heart as it goes through those beats, 65 to 90 times a minute, or if you're fitter, even 45, whatever, slower times, powerful heart. In diastole, it relaxes so that the blood can come to the top of the heart, you know, from the body to the atrium, and from the atrium to the ventricle, and then the ventricle squeezes and pushes it out, and in the systolic movement of the ejecting the blood, and it does the same thing on the left side. So The heart doesn't have 4 things that it is doing one after the other. It is doing 2 things at a time. It is filling in the right atrium and it's filling in the left atrium at the same time. It's filling in the right atrium for blood that's coming from the body, but it's filling in the left atrium of blood that's coming from the lungs. And as that blood from those 2 atria drop into their respective ventricles, then they actually squeeze a little. The one in the right squeezes a little bit more, a little bit quicker than the one in the left. And then the one in the left does the final squeeze and wrings the heart out, empties that blood, and the valves slam together. And if you were to measure what is happening, you would actually be measuring the vessels going from when you don't feel the pulse. That moment you don't feel the pulse, the heart is in relaxation. And in the moment that you feel the pulse, the heart was just in systolic contraction. And we can actually use a machine called a sphygmomanometer. Sphygmo means chest. I'm teaching you Greek again. Stetos, so sphygmomanometer means blood pressure. But a meter, a measurement, that an instrument, that a machine that means blood pressure. Sorry, sphygmo does not mean chest. Stetos means chest. Stetos means chest. That's what the Greek for chest is. And so when Laennec, a feeble little doctor from Europe, when he invented the first thing to listen to the heart, he actually just rolled up a tube of paper and put it against his ears and against the person's heart. It was a kind of a fat woman that he was examining. He was a very shy doctor. And when he was asked to examine her because they thought she had tuberculosis, he didn't mind, because, you know, those days they didn't know what tuberculosis was. They didn't even know about germs those days in the 1600s. And he didn't find any way scornful or so to go. And he rolled up this little tube because he didn't want to put his ears, because we used to be able to put our ears on people's chest and listen to the heart. You could listen to a relative's heart like that too, even if you don't have a stethoscope. I've done it several times. When I even did it last year early, when somebody was having asthma and I couldn't find a stethoscope at church. But now our church has a proper stethoscope. And when I did it, the lady had asthma. We gave her a medication. She relaxed and she went back into church and enjoyed the service. But that is called proximate auscultation, or listening to with the ear. Whereas now we use, that was called approximate, and now we use proximate, which is we use a rubber tube now, but it started out with a little paper rolled up. Laennec put it against this lady, and he didn't feel he should rest his chest against her bosom, and she was well endowed, and he was shy. And he noticed that he was hearing it better than when he used his ears straight against the chest. And so he went home. He was also a maker of flutes. He was a musician, and he started to make wooden tubes, and he would sell them, and doctors would laugh at him and say, when this will never take on. What are you talking about? And now every doctor, if you're driving down the road, you see them hang up their stethoscope over their rearview mirror. Or you see them walking into the store. By the way, please don't do that. It's not nice. It's not healthy. You're carrying the germs from your patients around. You need to clean it off with an alcohol swab and put it away, and let your self-esteem be in the Lord and not in your stethoscope. But when you listen with the stethoscope, you actually hear, as you put it on your chest, right to the left of your bone there, the center bone called the sternum, you hear it going lup-dup, lup-dup, lup-dup. And the lup sound, of course, is when those vessels, those not vessels, those valves, the big valves inside the heart, the mitral valve, and because when they slam together as the blood slaps, when the heart is about to contract and it slams the blood against them, and they act just so that they could seal off and not make the blood rush back into the upper chambers. That's the lup part. And then when it pushes, and then you hear the other blood now that comes from the other the vessels that are the big vessels that are external, that's the duct part, as the aortic valves and the pulmonary valves close. So you could actually see it. Having looked at that diagram, you could actually see the lup-dup, lup-dup, lup-dup. And of course, if somebody frightens you, it goes lup-dup, lup-dup, lup-dup. Oh man, twisting up my tongue now. But you got the picture, right? And if you're calm in the Lord and you're fit, it goes lup-dup, lup-dup. And you know, it means you do less beats for your life if you're fit. And if you do less beats for your life, if you're fit, your heart is longer, it doesn't wear out as easily. So it really is good to exercise and to keep fit and so on. Brother Garcia, I want you to go to that other slide now for me, please, so I could talk about the electrical activity of the heart. Yes, those things, those little red bands that you saw earlier on, now we painted them in yellow. That is the conducting system of the heart. Notice it starts up in the right chamber in what is called the sinoatrial node. And that's the pacemaker of the heart. And that thing beats a little bit too fast. So after it comes down, you see it has about 2 or 3 pathways there. It goes right to the middle where you see that now it splits. Right there is what we call the atrioventricular node. And that one slows it down a bit so that it doesn't make the heart go ba-dum, 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 but actually ba-dum, 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 lup-dup, lup-dup, because that's how it is in life. You know, you need people who have great ideas, and then you have those who bring the ideas to reality. Because if you didn't have that middle one right there, you see that it's in the middle and it splits into 2 when it goes down and goes to the left and the right and the 2 ventricles. If you didn't have that one, your heart would burn out from working too hard. And those fibers that come down are called the Purkinje fibers. And it's the bundle of His. His was, H-I-S was actually the name of a doctor who found out about that. And well, it's named after His. Now, and there you go. The vessels are conducting electrical currents that generate up in the right upper part of the heart. And you notice it goes down and it gets the bottom piece as the electricity hits it. It gets the bottom piece contracting last, so that the bottom piece wrings out the blood and pushes it up and out into the body. You don't really see it very clearly, but believe me on that one. It's well designed and it is a masterpiece. It's an electrical current, so we put electrical electrodes on your body, on your shoulder and your wrists and the ankles and so on. And we have a machine that can actually read it for you. And it's just wonderful how we are made. So let's go to the next one, please. There's the electrical reading. And the first reading there is when the atrium, the blood, the electrical current originates in the atrium. And that's called the P wave. And then when it goes down to the big ventricles, you get the big ventricles muscles just getting stimulated, and the electrical current by there is magnified, and you get this big sharp tent-like wave, like a spear. That's the QR, and then as it drops, the S complex, and then the heart drained out its electricity, so it has to recharge again, and then you have that other little tent that comes in one cycle, and that's a PQRST. There's even a little U wave, but it's not shown on this one as well. But you can see it has 1, 2, 3, 4, what we call complexes, electrical complexes. And when the body pumps the blood after this contraction, it goes either to the body. I mean, when the heart pumps the blood, it goes either to the body or to the lungs. And by the way, the word lung, I'm teaching you all kinds of terms this evening, you know. The word lung means light, you know, like different, the opposite of heavy. The light sacs, it's an old German word. And that's where it comes from. That's where the oxygen is, the blood is, the body reoxygenates it and so forth. And that from there, it goes to the blood, back to the blood vessels. So now, Brother Garcia, move on to the next slide, please. And there's my pastor. Here's our look at that picture again, that pumping phase, 2 phases. You know, all of this takes about 1 second, less than a second, and then the heart rests. So this is a lesson for us. When you exercise, in between the exercise, rest. Or if you've worked, then rest. And if you've worked for 6 days, then rest on the 7th day. The same master who made all of that made that too. And the heart actually rests more than it works. So that's why you have to sleep every night and also rest on Sabbath. Because the work that you do, you will be able to do it in a quicker time and do a lot of work if you are well rested and fit. Now, let me tell you a little bit about the blood vessels. Let's move on for the blood vessels. And it circulates, we mentioned those big vessels called the superior vena cava and the inferior vena cava. And those carry the blood to the body, and then it's pumped out next, and then the aorta pumps the blood to the systemic circulation. Next slide, please. And we talked a little bit about all of this. So we talked all about that. So let's go. This is like revision time now, because a little quiz is coming up. And then all of that we just talked about a while ago, how the heart, the electrical current stimulate it. And then we talked about this as well. And next slide, please. And now we are at the blood vessels. So there we go, there they are, all right? When it comes to the blood vessels, they work just as hard as the heart. They work just as hard as the heart. Because what is the use of having a good heart and then a leaky set of blood vessels? Attached around these blood vessels are nerves and blood vessels that feed the blood vessels. Around the outside of the blood vessels are other blood vessels that came later down and dedicate themselves to nourishing the structure in the blood vessels. It's kind of like the church, huh? And a good functioning church, where the personnel ministries department takes care of health ministries and health ministries take care of personnel ministries, and Sabbath school, both of them take care of Sabbath school and Sabbath school takes care of them, and AY takes care of them, and men's ministries, women's ministries. It's sort of like that, right? You've got to not only look at yourself, you've got to look at taking care of the others and then the others taking care of you. And that is exactly how these vessels stay and get to do their work. So when you are like anxious, those blood vessels actually tighten because the nerves tell them, the muscles around them, to tighten up. And when you're frightened, you know, in the dark in the night, you hear something in the bushes, they open up, even your eyes open up. Your eyes open wide, and it's so wide that it will allow more light to see where to run. Well, the blood vessels open up so that you can have plenty of blood rushing all over the body so that you can get enough nutrients to flee the scene. And when you are mad and angry, they tighten up. So don't stay mad. Remember the Bible says, be angry and sin not. Hurry up and fix up the anger and forgive who you need to forgive. All of these, the hormones in our bodies, the hormones that affect these things, and there are nerves that affect them, and we're just fearfully and wonderfully made. Next slide, please. There we go, back to that diagram again. And we did a good job of that, so we'll move on to that. Oh, before you move on, Brother Garcia, just one thing. The word resistance. When you are going through your blood vessels, you're pushing fluid through the blood vessels, they get smaller and smaller because they have to reach farther and farther and more tiny places. And you know what happens as things get tinier and tinier? Resistance happens. And resistance is why the heart has to keep pumping and taking a rest, pumping and taking a rest. And that is why it has to have a good blood pressure of something like, 100, 110, 15, 20, but not bigger than 120. And it's pushing millimeters mercury. We'll talk more about that shortly. And it also has to have time for them to rest. But while it's resting, the valves at the outside of the heart need to be stopping them from backing back into the heart so that the blood, even while the heart is resting, as the blood tries to bounce back into the heart, those valves catch them and push them forward and say, no, you're not going back in, and keeps the blood going forward. But as it does that, if the resistance is too much, then the circulation of the blood going forward will not be as efficient. And then the heart has to work harder. Plus there is more blood backed up when it should have been moving on to the liver and to the muscles, etc. And you're having too much blood now backing up, and you have what we call high blood pressure. But we'll talk about that when we talk about the diseases, because these are some of the common diseases. And it has to pump through muscles and so on. There you go. We talked about this already. So we'll just move on, Brother Garcia, because there it is. And just a simple diagram again. And there you see the blood coming from the left, the heart, the fresh blood with oxygen, and then it goes through to the tissues of the body in the tinier vessels. And those tinier vessels actually must allow food in the form of digested nutrients from our good digestion. We'll talk about that in the digestive system. And it must allow oxygen, and it must allow vitamins and all sorts of other things to come in, even hormones to pass through. And therefore, even those nice little inner linings must have little spaces where some of those can seep through. But as those seep through, a little water comes through as well. And the water comes through in around the tissues outside. And so we have another system. You see those brown vessels, those are not our circulatory system. That's a drainage system. And that's our lymph system. It drains off any extra water that got out and collects it and sends it all the way back up to our chest. And then from there, it finds a way to leak it back into the blood supply earlier, way up back in the chest, so that nothing goes to waste. And our bodies can do what it needs to do to keep from getting dehydrated and so on. And that system links up with the immune system, so that as it drains things back, the lymphatic system, it has to pass through immigration stations called the lymph nodes. I'm sure you have been able to feel when they're infected and swollen. They're doing their work of immigration work to see what is coming up, what had leaked out and been in the tissues, and therefore to how to fight and to protect the rest of the body. And that's called the lymphatic system, another wonderful system that we have. Brother Garcia, go right ahead to our next slide, please. And there it is now. I want to tell you about something that I've been hinting at for a while. I'm going to cut out a little bit about the extra details on the anatomy of the blood vessels and go straight to this business of blood pressure. I told you a little bit about that already. And next slide, because we covered that from way up. But when you're doing a blood pressure reading, you should actually put that cuff on. You should use the right size cuff. A big person should have a big adult cuff. A regular size adult should have a regular size adult cuff, or else you're going to get readings that are not right. And you have to apply it on properly when everything is, no air is in it. And then it will have a mechanism whereby you can lock the valve and then inflate it. And then from there, you can deflate it slowly and listen with a listening device, such as a stethoscope. Some of these machines actually have their own listening devices built in them, and they can self-read as well. So life is wonderful these days. And the important thing is that when we want to read when we want to overcome the pressure that comes from the heart, the top pressure, we have to blow up that valve to the point where we just, maybe a 5 millimeters over, where we just master that pressure. As we can have our stethoscopes listening right there, where you see that just below the cuff, that's where the artery is, the brachial artery. And right at that point, you will hear a sound just disappear. The sound of the blood that was rushing through the squeezed arteries just disappears. So you blow it up a little bit more than that. Do not go blowing it up way 10 or 50, 100 more millimeters. And people are saying, ouch, and it's hurting me. Don't do that. That's not nice and professional. Just a little bit more. In fact, what some people do is they don't even listen when they're blowing it up. They put their finger just below right the wrist at the pulse while they're inflating the bag. And as the pulse goes away, they pump it maybe 2 or 3 more times, because by then you know that you are at a higher pressure than the blood systolic pressure. And then from there now, they move their hand and hold their stethoscope and put it in the little crease right there below the bag, below the bracelet that is strapped around. And then they release it slowly. And the first sound you hear is that same systolic blood pressure coming back. And you will hear, and you look at the meter, that while you're doing all of that, you look at the little meter that is there, the blood pressure meter, and you will see that that is the systolic pressure. And you will continue it slowly. And as you slowly lower the sphygmomanometer, don't do it in a rush, slowly, you will find the sound then disappear. And right as it disappears, that is when you get the diastolic pressure. All of that is because the blood vessels are elastic. Next slide, please. Okay, all of that, let's go back up to that slide there. All of that is because the blood vessels are elastic. And I want to tell you something. Tracking people's blood pressure is important because it actually high blood pressure leads to the most common causes of death. It's overstrained hearts that lead to heart failure, and all other problems that high blood pressure can cause, like blindness, because it destroys the retina, the back film of the eye, because if the blood pressure is too hard, it keeps hitting the back of the eye, inside the eye with the blood pressure for too long, and it can burst parts of them, and you can get little bleeding, what we call flame hemorrhages. When you look with a special device that you can look through the eyes, you can see it, an ophthalmoscope, or you can get blood vessels so full of blood that they're shiny. You can see like they're shiny. When the light from the ophthalmoscope looking in the eye hits it, it reflects with that. It's too full of blood, and that can be a problem. Okay, so remember now to measure that properly when you're to master the art of measuring the blood pressure properly. Okay, really, once you do that, you are able to monitor people properly and get them help. The blood pressure recommendations about the blood pressure keep changing from time to time. So you need to be in link with a doctor and with a nurse who keeps up with this. The Joint National Commission in the United States and other places keep changing the value of what your blood pressure should be. Usually we say about 120 over 70, but sometimes they change it a bit from more research, etc. So the point is, work together with these other health people. Do not go off because you're certified and now be practicing on your own. Practice in a network where you're linking up with people who can guide you and help you to interpret things properly. Or else you can tell people foolishness and get them worried, or get them lowering their guard when they should be careful. So Thank you, Brother Garcia. I give you some. There are some references here, and those references. Let's see what that slide is on the references, please. Those references are actually easy books to read. Merck Manual, and Medical Physiology, and Essentials of Medicine. Those are in Spanish, but I just translated them for you in English. Merck Manual on Medical Information, Review of Medical Physiology by Gano, and Essentials of Clinical Medicine. Okay, I would like us to take 1 second and then now, let me ask somebody, what does, when I say your systolic reading, from what phase of the heart, what phase of the beat of the heart did that come from? Can anybody answer for me?
The contracting phase.
Excellent.
In the interest of time, Dr. Frankston, I think in the interest of time, we need to move on, and then we can recap the quiz at a later time. If we have
Well,
some
it's a good thing that that person answered, because that person got 100% for this part of the course. Wow, that's a sure graduate. I'm sure everybody knew that, and I'm so glad. All right, let's go on now, Brother Garcia, to the I like my stomach, you know. So let's go to the digestive system. Let's go to the digestive system. Okay.
Well, so we have about 20 minutes for this one, Dr. Frankston, about 20 minutes.
Right.
Thank you.
I'm gonna move fast with these other three, because once you've done the core one, which is the cardiovascular, you really hit the one that most people are dying from. And a lot of people used to die from that stomach cancers and all that. So, but nowadays, since the invention of the refrigerator and people storing foods properly and so forth, you hardly see anybody with stomach cancers and so on. All right. So,
Dr.
yes,
Frankston, we can only see your chin. Can we see your eyes as well? We can only see your chin right now. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't know you wanted to see me. I must decrease, and the PowerPoint must increase. All righty. Yes. So quickly now through the digestive system, and everybody knows their digestive system. So we'll just fly through this one. Remember now, the blood goes everywhere, including to the digestive system, and from the digestive system, or else how would we get nutrients into our body? And when we say things are systems, by the way, it means that we have organs, we have tissues that make up things like blood vessels, and then those go into making up special organs like the circulatory system, you know, the pulmonary or the systemic circulatory system. But also it is from blood vessels that the heart was formed, you know. As a baby, two blood vessels passed side by side, and then they got joined, and then they opened up and became one, and they twisted like a snake would twist. And that's how you get that. And we study those things in medical school, and we call that subject embryology. But it's fascinating how God makes us in those. By the time you are 3 months old in the mother's baby, your mother's womb, your heart is fully formed. And so you have to watch what you eat and so on. And so the same is true for your digestive system as well. So you have to watch as a mother who is pregnant, and so you have to watch what you eat, etc., and how you live, because that little baby is forming, and you don't even see yourself showing that you're pregnant at that stage, and so many important things are happening. But here we go with the digestive system. What we have here is with this particular system, we actually have the the objectives for this course being quite sensible objectives. Huh? We have one of the objectives is that we are going to develop an understanding of the process, the whole tube in which the process of digestion happens, or digestion, some people call it. Now, there's a word that you could, any of the two ways of pronouncing it, you are right. And then, of course, some disorders that can happen when it functions, malfunctions, and some basic information about little treatments that we can do to settle our digestive system. It's one thing to know what people die from, like heart disease and so on. But it's another thing to know what people don't die so much from, but they get sick a lot from. Because when you have to bear both things in mind, or else you're not a practitioner that improves the quality of life of people. What's the use of keeping somebody living long if every minute they're having indigestion and suffering forever and ever? All right. So they mightn't die from it, although there are colon cancers and so on. That is also big on the list, but not as big as heart disease now, where you don't find your heart giving you indigestion. But most people, unfortunately, when they die either as a cardiac cripple, it makes them so slow and so on, and then they die. Or suddenly they die with a heart attack, because those vessels that feed back to the heart to nourish it get clogged. And we'll talk about that another time, because those are the big killers and the dramatic killers. But let's go to the digestive system now. And I told you about the essential nutrients that the blood carries. Well, where did the blood get them to carry from? We have to eat them. And as we eat them, we chew the food. Well, it starts in our brain, actually. We have to think and choose the right foods and eat at safe periods in time, giving enough time for the stomach to rest and so on. And we put the food in our mouths, and from there we chew it and so on. Brother Garcia, could you just go to the one, the neck? Oh, there it is. Don't move, Brother Garcia. And as you chew the food in the mouth, you then swallow it. Oh, they're beautiful. And then you have a tongue that collects that food and pushes it back. And as the tongue pushes it back, it actually closes off the windpipe so that you don't choke. And it actually pushes the soft palate against the back there so that the food doesn't fly back into your nose. And it forces it with a big opening action happening in your throat, up there in your neck, opening up wide into that nice little opening. And from that opening, it just goes down the red lane, otherwise known as the esophagus or the gullet. And from there, it goes down to the stomach, which is beside the liver, and which the stomach itself leads into the small intestines, first to the C loop called the duodenum. And then from there, you see the small intestines behind. You see them, they're like, it looks like brains in your belly, but it's not brains. It's a long tube. Anybody knows the length of that tube? From that right through to the big parts that come up and swing across and come down, called the large intestine. Anybody knows the length of that tube? All right, since you don't know, 20 odd feet. 20 odd feet. In taller people, it's tall, it's longer, and in shorter people, it's a little shorter. And in people with a lot of big bellies, it's too long for your size. So, and there's too much fat around it as well. And it's padded by a small amount of fat, because a small amount of fat is needed to help these various organs to have a little shock absorbing, bouncing on one another. But it shouldn't be too much fat to the point where the abdomen is pushing out. That is such an important marker that we actually measure people's waist circumference, because when we measure people's waist circumference, it gives us a prediction of how much trouble they're in, because then now the too much fat means too many blood vessels are passing through just that part of your body, and you're actually setting up yourself to overwork your heart. Wow, isn't that something? Every pound of fat that you have on, you carry 1 mile of capillary vessels in 1 pound of fat. If we were to take all those tiny vessels and string them out, they would measure 1 mile in each pound of fat that you have. So we need a little fat and need that mileage of blood vessels, but we certainly do not need so much that we have extra mileage of blood vessels to work the heart. What we need is just enough to have the heart benefiting and the other tissues of the body benefiting from the digestive process. And then from there, Brother Garcia, we can go right down, because there's the ascending colon, the transverse colon, and the descending colon, and then down to the rectum. Moving right along, as the food is digested, the protein is digested in the stomach. It starts anywhere there. And sugar is broken down a little bit from in our mouth, the saliva having a chemical that breaks down sugar called ptyalin. And from there, it continues in the small intestines, the early part of the small intestines called the jejunum. And then from there, it goes to the longer part of the small intestine called the ileum, and then from there to the colon. And then as the food is passing through, various juices are added to digest food. And since one of the things that your food has and that your body needs is a little fat, you do need a little fat in your diet, little oils, essential oils like olive oil and all the healthy oils and so on. Your liver actually secretes a soap that makes the fat break down. You know, after you finish eating and those dishes are sticky, you put them in water and you drop a drop of Joy or Dawn or something, and you just see like the fat on the plate just break away. That's what the bile juices do from the liver. It's a soap that is produced. Imagine that your liver produces soap, right? And it just makes the fat in the diet just break up. And therefore, as the fat gets smaller and smaller, it can leak across into the blood vessels that are around the small intestine, and you can get that fat in small amounts, tiny little fat globules coming across, and they go back to the liver and then to other places in the body. And the liver itself is supported by a ligament that is attached below the diaphragm and to the back. And sometimes you'll see the liver looking like it's split in two because that ligament is there holding up the whole thing. And it's like a tent, you know? And then from there, it can hang and do its work. And one of its works is to break down the foods further, and also to take waste products from the blood and break that down into a process that is called conjugation. Now, that process isn't in your course, but if you could remember that course, that word is good, because it's very, very important. It adds other chemicals to the broken down foods so that it can send the broken down foods back out into the circulation, and they go then to the kidneys, and the kidneys can now capture the waste and pass it out in the urine. Nice urine that's rich with broken down products from your body. So you know that when you keep your digestion healthy and you keep your liver healthy and so on, you're keeping your entire body healthy, and you're keeping your kidneys healthy. And when you keep your kidneys healthy, they are going to keep you from being poisoned by things that they should be getting rid of. And let me tell you about kidney disease. If you really want to die and don't feel any pain, that's the disease to choose. You're slowly when your kidneys fail, you slowly build up poisons and you just slowly die one night in your bed without any pain. Well, I'm not giving you any ideas. What I'm giving you is a challenge. We don't want people to be slowly just not even realizing that they're going to die and just drifting off. So we have to help people to be healthy. And move on to the next slide, please, Brother Garcia. And we have to help to make sure that our metabolic processes are very important. Meta means above, and bolic, above the things that helps you to keep it living and so on and so forth. It's the thing that the breaking down of the products, the digesting of the products, and the getting of them to the body to be used is called the metabolic process. And there's a basal, a bottom line metabolic process that it's like a factory. The heat that comes from a factory, we can actually measure it and we call it the basal metabolic rate. And that is what helps us to basically not grow and grow and grow and get huge and fat. If we didn't have the body gradually burning off everything that we eat, we would become these massive or gross looking creatures. So all of that is working beautifully for us. Move to the next slide, please, sir. I told you about the bile, so let's move on. And there's the pancreas as well, which also helps us now to digest, to create juices that break down the sugars, the starchy foods that we have so that they can turn into sugar. Your body needs sugar, folks. Your body needs sugar. But here's the secret. It needs it very slowly. So don't eat mostly sugary things. Eat them more as complex starches, carbohydrate, and let the pancreas do its job. It actually starts in your mouth. You know, if you just chew a piece of starchy food for long, it starts to taste sweet. That's digesting of it from there, but it goes on there, and the pancreatic juices help to actually finish the process, and then let the sugar come in to the intestines, into the blood vessels slowly, so that you don't get a rush of sugar and you don't get sugar damaging the organs and jamming up little gates in your cells that should be allowing the nutrients to get in and out. But also the body does that with fat too, so you have to be careful about that. So you have in this part, you also have things that break down fat as well as the ones from the liver too. Next slide, please. It also produces that pancreas. It not only produces digestive juices, it also produces some juices that never get into the gut. If it were, remember that I told you the blood vessels go and feed the pancreas so the pancreas can survive and do its healthy work? Well, while the blood vessels are feeding the pancreas, some of the, what we call is splanchnic circulation to the pancreas, the pancreatic arteries and so forth, and veins and so on, it is actually picking up a hormone that the blood makes called insulin. The liver also makes another one called glucagon. And the glucagon will elevate the blood sugar, but the insulin will reduce the blood sugar. But the insulin does, it goes like a key, like, you know, a security guard to each of the cells in your body, and it opens up and opens the cell, the little gates in the cell, so that the food and the sugar and the nutrients in the blood that's leaking over from the capillaries can now get inside the cells. When somebody has diabetes, they're actually starving, even though they look fat. They're starving because the insulin is not able to do its work. The fat slows it down. And so it takes a long time to get to those gates and open them up. And you have all this good food in the blood vessels, but they can't reach into the body tissues. And really, one of the best things you can do if you have diabetes is to reduce the fat in your foods drastically, so that you can get your body's fat to drop down and this insulin can get where it needs to get and don't have to push aside all this fat and get and open the doors and let the food in. And you have another hormone there called somatostatin that controls the release of the other two as well. Next slide, please. All right, so all of these things hang inside a big cavity in your abdomen called the abdominal cavity, and it's lined with a cellophane-like lining. That's called the peritoneum, but it's not really cellophane, it's a real tissue of your body. And just like how the lungs can allow oxygen to pass through and carbon dioxide, these the lining here is full of blood vessels all over them, and they can allow waste products to be transmitted across as well as not. But their main function is to keep a fluid, a slight lubricating fluid, slight amount, a film of it, around all these intestines and the liver and so forth, so that they don't go squeaky, squeaky on rubbing on one another, but they're nicely. When you go jogging, you won't hear squeaky, squeaky in your stomach, in your abdomen. You hardly hear anything. You might see a little jiggling, but that goes off after you keep running and keep getting fit. But these things on the peritoneum and folds onto the back and around the belly and comes and around the intestines and actually helps to hang the intestines in there like tents, so that the organs can have breathing space to function, and they actually are grateful for that. If you get infections in there, like if you have appendicitis, then now the wrong stuff from a broken part of your body, like your appendix, gets food stuff, waste food stuff inside that lining, and then it has to react and it gets full of pus. And you get appendicitis that they might even have to open up and take out and clean out and put a drain there for it to drain and get better after you spend days upon days in the hospital just cleaning out the appendix, the lining, the peritoneal cavity, we call it, or the abdominal cavity. Next slide. All righty. Well, we talked about that. That is attached to the back and the spine and so forth. Let's go on to the next slide. And the diaphragm is at the top of it. You see that muscle there, the diaphragm at the top, like the roof of a tent? And the diaphragm is very interesting. The diaphragm can only do one motion, and that is get tighter. And as it gets tighter, it actually pushes down on the contents in the gut. And as it does that, it makes more space in the chest, so that the chest becomes like a negative pressure, and that's how you suck in air through your lungs. So that's the border between the abdomen and the chest, the diaphragm. And you see it comes forward and then it goes back with two legs, and it's attached to the back and over the spine. And it's a very important part. The gullet or the esophagus passes through it and makes a little S shape, and that little S shape becomes a little valve that when it doesn't work properly, we say you have GERD, because you keep slipping food back up in the esophagus. But it's all beautiful, and you see the bowels going all the way down as they're kept in place right to the rectum. Okay, next one. Let's go through now with these. I told you, it started with the mouth. See those things? Those ivories, they're called teeth. 32 of them. Pears, whatever is at the bottom is at the top. Remember in Songs of Solomon? He said he's courting his bride. He says your teeth are like freshly washed sheep. Yes, they don't look like sheep really. Solomon must have been really in love, but they're definitely good for chewing stuff. And you notice they're not like a dog's teeth. They actually are made to grind nuts and grains and so forth, but they also can chew meat if it is cooked properly. And so we don't encourage people to become carnivores or to eat people. we encourage people to eat what you're built for. But the Bible also recommends certain foods that are certain clean meats, and these teeth and the mouth cavity can handle those when they're properly prepared. And God spent lots of time teaching the Israelites how to prepare those foods. And little by little, we're to the stage now in our history where God is bringing us back to the healthy foods we had even before he permitted eating of meats. But there it goes. You chew your food in the mouth, and the cavity, the palate, and the tongue helps with it. The hard palate, the soft palate, the tongue helps to form a bolus. It swallows it into that cavity behind called the pharynx. And I told you how it happens so that it doesn't slip up the back of the nose or down in the ear passage. Next slide. The mouth is wonderful. It also has salivary glands that juices up the food so that the digestion can start there, and that also it will be easy to chew. The word for chewing is called masticating. And then you create a bolus of food that goes down the esophagus and into the stomach. And you see the pulsing motion. It's like it's squeezing, then relaxing, and and doing it pretty fast, you know. And in no time, that food just pulses down in from the mouth back into the stomach in a process that is called peristalsis. Okay, next slide. Fearfully and wonderfully made. The stomach, like the blood vessels, the stomach was not made like you go to pick up a plastic bag at the supermarket. No, it was well made. It has a tough outer part, and that is lubricated. It's hanging there in the peritoneum, and it is kept lubricated so that by the juices from the peritoneal cavity, the peritoneum, and it can stretch long and it can become small. It has an ability to have stretchability. That's why you see it looks so wrinkled up, so that when it's stretched out, all those wrinkles are gone, and it can hold more, but we should be temperate in our eating. But look at how it's made. It has some muscles that run down the long way, and it has some muscles that run across up below that, so that when the long ones tighten up, it squeezes it, and when the tight one, it squeezes it and brings it up short, brings it up, and when the long ones, the circular muscles tighten, they squeeze it across, and between them, you can sometimes hear when you're hungry, can't you? The stomach is saying, I need some food, and all those muscles are there squeezing, and you're hearing a rumbling in your stomach with the air against the squeezing motions. And its function is to gradually be able to move that food along. It stores the food for a while because it needs to sit there so that acid can start digesting the proteins, and you can start getting your vitamin B12. It's linked up there to a little thing in the stomach lining called intrinsic factor. And all of that can get mixed in, and so on can start happening. And then it gradually says, you're now ready for the next phase. So it goes out to the end through a little sphincter called a pyloric sphincter, which opens up, and then it's still quite acid. And right there, as it goes into that little pipe that is called the duodenum, that part of the small intestine, it's quite acid. So what has to happen is your stomach has to receive mucus from your sinuses in your nose and from your mouth and the saliva, and that mucus comes down along with the food, and the mucus bathes and paints the wall of the stomach. And that mucus protects the acid from burning the wall of the stomach. But if you get bacteria such as Helicobacter pylori, a particular bacteria that can get into the mucus and can start living off of certain salts in the mucus, it can make the mucus weak. And therefore, the acid that is produced in the stomach can now leak across and not so much burn the stomach, although it can burn the stomach, but because it slips past the pylorus and goes into the duodenum now, which also has that slime from the mucus, the mucus is too thin. And when the mucus gets too thin and watery, when it gets into that part, it can start to burn the little first part of that small intestine, and you get what is called a duodenal ulcer. So we ask people who have symptoms, who have like upset stomachs regularly and so on and so forth, go and get themselves tested to see if they have that infection that is leading to that, and they get a treatment for a few weeks. And it's 3 treatments and an antibiotic and a thing that slow down the acid, and another antibiotic. And with those and proper dieting and so forth, and cleaning of your foods. When you get your foods, you wash your foods, etc., to rid your foods of these antibiotics as much as possible. Whatever you do, even if you clean your foods, some germs will come in, but let it be just a small amount. Because it's a small amount, the acid in the stomach will handle it. And when it goes over into the duodenum, the mucus will not have worn out. And the mucus, therefore, will still line that duodenum, and you won't be burning it and getting duodenal ulcers. Next slide. All right, so there is the, oh, look at that. Next one, because we just talked about the mucus. There it is. Mucus is good for you folks. Don't pile it up in your mouth. As you get a little, swallow it before it gets too big. It belongs down there, and it's very good. It's a paint that protects the lining, and it's very important, and it helps to mix the food, you know, just like when a mason is mixing the cement, the dry cement, with the sand and so on. You need that water to get in there for it to become good cement, good mortar, and then you can do your job. Well, this is the body doing its masonry work here at the beginning. Moving on, Brother Garcia. Next slide. All righty, the acid, the name of the acid is hydrochloric acid. Next slide. You know, you all know the name of that acid. It's a wonderful acid. It kills germs, it breaks down proteins, and the stomach also has a little bit of a protein enzyme called pepsin that starts to break down the bigger protein molecules into smaller molecules called peptides. And then from there, as you move along, the one from the pancreas, the juice from the pancreas will have others as well to bring it into smaller things that until it becomes what we call, the proteins become what we call amino acids. And the whole enzyme degrades the protein, particularly collagen, which is very tough to digest, you know, the gristle of the meat, of the fat, you know, the things that link up the muscles to the bones and so on. And they have collagen around the muscles when you're eating protein from meats and so on. You need to have these things to break them down. Next slide. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Brother Garcia. Pastor Garcia, you're doing a wonderful job. Well, if you drink alcohol, it can start to absorb even in your mouth and definitely in the stomach. Water can start absorbing in the stomach. Aspirin can break down. Aspirin is a mild acid, right? It can start absorbing from there. Even under your tongue, you can put an aspirin and it starts absorbing if it's broken down. And sugar, once you have straight sugar, that doesn't need to be further digested, it can start absorbing there. Next slide. Let's move on to the next slide. Okay, I told you about the duodenum, and I told you about that. So I guess we can move to the next slide again, sir, because that is the things we have covered before. The juices that come into the duodenum and the jejunum, but more so the duodenum, are not acidic. They are alkaline, and they help to dampen out the acid that's mixed with the food that's coming from the stomach into the duodenum. And from there, they now make it safe to go to the jejunum, which is the next part of the small intestine. And by the time it's reached down, it's starting to get looking like a white milky liquid now, because with all the mucus and the water and all of that and all those juices and so on, the food is mixed properly so that it can be rubbing all over the walls of the intestine and churning, and it's a nice slow factory mixing so that the nutrients can be pulled out now in that other part of the intestines. And there is where you get the amino acids and the sugar, simple sugars, and your vitamins coming over, because the blood vessels along the lining of the blood vessels now, the blood vessels that wrap around that part of the intestine starts to pick up those things. And I'm just simplifying it. It's really a very wonderful process that's complex. And let me tell you, it is a process that is made to not only do that. Something that is not in this slide, but I have to tell you, those same lymphatic vessels and the lymph nodes are riddled in the walls of the intestines. And that is where you have the biggest part of your immune system. And therefore, that is also what is being done. It's not just digestion that is happening in your gut. Your body is also running chemical analysis and checking out what are all these foreign substances that you have just been eating. Are they things that my body likes, or are they things that are going to be damaging to my body? Are they things that I should make an allergic reaction to? Are they things that I should be accepting and passing on into my bloodstream? So next slide for me. So it's many things that are happening. And don't forget the circulatory system. Remember, I keep mentioning it, that the circulatory system, those little capillaries are wrapped around, and they're taking things out of that are being absorbed. Fat comes across the easiest, so watch, don't put too much oil in your food. It really gets across too easy, but you need a little oil, okay? Because that's function. A little oil is what we get, what we call essential fatty acids when they're broken down, and so on. But you also have minerals and salts and so on. That is important. If you have a little baby who is having gastroenteritis, vomiting and diarrhea, we say rest the stomach, get a pint of water, clear, boiled, clean water, add a tablespoon of sugar and a 3-finger pinch of salt. You have to have that salt. And you have to have a little sugar. And you mix that in and you give that baby, or you yourself, and you rest the stomach for the day, and just every 2 hours, or in the baby's case, every half an hour, you give them a little to drink. You don't force feed them. When they don't want any, you stop. And then when they want, you drink. And eventually you'll be amazed to see how with the salt and the sugar, the fluid gets quicker into your body and the baby plumps up and is not dehydrated anymore. And you know, dehydration can cause the baby to get a heart attack and die. So you don't want that. And even you too, you could get quite weak if you're having an infection and, you know, diarrhea and so forth. So there you go. Moving on to the next slide, please. That's where most of the pouring out of liquids from your body into the intestines happens. And so now, by the time it gets down to on the left, you see down at the bottom, it's like a big bulge at the bottom there, where the colon starts. You see it's bulged out because the small intestine now comes through a valve, the ileocecal valve it's called, in there, and right there is where the intestines is, but I didn't show the intestine. It's hiding behind. And the intestine, not the intestine, the appendix. It's called a wormiform appendix. It looks like a little worm. Well, those of you who did the Sabbath school lesson yesterday, Israel was called a little worm. Well, it looks like that. Well, it samples and does its work as well, like a little laboratory. Even your intestines, even your appendix is important to sample and see what's going on with the food. And it gets into this little part, and from there, it goes up and then across and then down. And the whole function of these 3 parts of the intestines, the large intestine, is to collect back all that water that your body just puts in to make the digestive juices. Annie, you have something to say there? I see you raised your hands. Okay. Okay, let's press on, Brother Garcia. And from there, what we have is digestion as the food is now, the waste products, all the good stuff is taken out, and in the colon, the products that are there are digested. What's left is waste. And those three, the ascending colon, the transverse colon, and the colon that is called the descending colon, those three, their function is to collect back all the water. Now, this is serious, because if you don't drink water regularly, these guys will take water, whatever they can get, and they will make your stools be very hard and you will get constipated. But if you're drinking water regularly, a glass every 2 or so hours, your body will get back the water it needs and still have a little bit to keep the stool soft enough. If you are passing stools and they're looking like goat pebbles, or you have somebody you're caring for and you're looking at their stools and they look like goat pebbles, that's because they're too hard, they're too dry. And you need to get that person drinking water frequently, not drowning them all at once, but gradually as the day goes on, and drinking a lot of water, and that will be fine. So that takes care of the digestive system for us. And let's see now how we can move on to the
Can we do the nervous system in 10 minutes?
The nervous system, I can do that in 5 minutes because I'm feeling nervous. All right, so we go with the nervous system next. And with the nervous system, okay, with the nervous system, I'm just going to dash through that for you, because that one we need to know, because as I told you, even with the blood vessels and then with the digestive system, they need to be under control, not only by the juices and the pancreas and the liver and so on, but they need to be under higher control. Even your heart needs to be under control. In fact, in your brain, at the bottom of your brain is a center for controlling the heart. And there's also a center for controlling the breathing, so that you don't have to be thinking about breathing and you don't have to be thinking about your heart controlling and so on. But it's really wonderful. Next slide. Next slide, Brother Garcia. There it is. It starts all in the brain. It starts in the brain and it goes all over. And your kidneys make urine. Your liver makes bile and, detoxicates foods, etc. Your heart pumps blood. And your stomach and so on does it their work. What does the big brain on top do? And just like how your kidneys secrete urine, your brain secretes thoughts. And just like how your liver can do more than one thing, your brain can also secrete hormones that gets into the blood vessels that are matted around them. And those hormones can go and regulate things like your stress level. They can feed back to control the other organs in your body, like your adrenal glands on top of the kidney, and even the kidneys themselves. And they can control your thyroid gland that is in your neck, and so on. That kind of system does not have tubes, but they secrete those chemicals like your thyroid hormone, your parathyroid hormone, cortisol, and adrenaline, so forth. They control all of those things from the brain, the bottom of the brain, to the hypothalamus, and also the pituitary gland. That has a nice wrapping of blood vessels around it, just like how in the lungs the blood vessels wrap around the air sacs. And they get these things and they control it through what is known as the endocrine system. They even will control blood sugar and so forth from there to a certain extent. So every part of your body is dependent upon the other. That's what 1 Corinthians 12 told us. And here is the master control, the brain. It facilitates thoughts, emotions, consciousness, and even coordinates things. Me holding up this phone here as I talk, my brain is constantly telling me, hold that phone, hold that phone, hold that phone. Don't let them see just your chin. Let them see the, and so on and so forth. And you know, it's wonderful how our bodies function. And you know something? Our brain is so important that it takes 5% of the entire body's blood flow. Sorry, it's the brain is 5% of your body's weight, and it takes 20% of the blood flow. That's how important your brain is. And move to the next slide for me, please. It's well wired and linked through what is called nerves to the rest of the body. And this is a basic shape of a nerve. It has a big cell body. Looks like in the morning when you get up and you haven't combed your hair. And those little extra pieces are not a hairstyle. They are actually dendrite or connecting so that they could link up with other nerves and so on. And you have billions of them linked up in the brain. And then you have tracks of them going down the spinal cord and then from there to the various areas of your body. Next, and the middle piece of it there is actually the body of the stem of it, the axon. And then from the axon, you have terminal little dendrites that actually link up with others. So this is just one nerve out of billions. And can you imagine that picture? Next slide, please. And there's a whole cluster of them. And you have the brain. You have a left side to it and a right side to it when you look at the higher part of the brain, right? That part is called the new brain or the telencephalon. That's the part that really is in the image of God, can receive and think and pray and so on. And make your tongue be pushed out or pushed in, make you whistle, make you sing, make you whatever, think, dream, etc. Then now you have a midbrain, it's the middle part there. And there are some emotions and all kinds of other things there that are important. And we have drugs that work at that level these days to help people who have depression that is caused from chemical imbalances. Oftentimes it's in that middle part of the brain. And then you have what is called the old brain or the stem of the brain, the old brain. And that part leads into the pons. It's a little bulge in the front called the pons. And to the other side, you have it elongated, and it's the real name for it should have been the medulla elongata, but they actually, the name you'll find in the books is the medulla oblongata, but this is not so much oblong shaped as it is elongated shape, and it leads right into the spinal cord. And coming off from all those areas are nerves that are called the cranial nerves, the nerves to your eyes, the nerves to your nose, the nerves to the tongue, and so on and so forth. The nerves even to the whole gastrointestinal tract is the longest nerve in the body. It also goes to the ears and to the mouth and to the chest as well and so on. And it's called the vagus nerve. And all of those things are helping the brain to sense every part of your body, to the point where even if we were to cut off a limb, like we do sometimes when we amputate somebody, the brain will believe that it is still there, and you will get what we call a phantom limb syndrome. You feel like your foot is still hurting you when we took off the foot last week, because the brain has a mapping of all of that, and it has been so used to getting messages that it is just, it's just imagining that it's still there for a while before it goes away. Okay, now this business of consciousness, we still don't know what it is, and we're figuring it out, but we're asked to be conscious in the Lord. Moving to the next one. Oh yeah. I told you that 20% of the heart's blood energy goes to the brain, and I told you the different parts. So let's move on again. And that's the right side. Oh, no, this is the back of the brain. There's a little special part of the brain called the cerebellum, and it actually is there. Go to the next one, please, for me. Yeah. You see it? Look at the bottom there. You see like a little broccoli, like a broccoli stalk down at the bottom of the brain. That is what keeps you balanced, keeps you coordinated so that you don't fall over every time you move. And it has more blood supply and more brain cells than most of the rest of the brain. But yet still, it can't think. So it's not numbers, it's quality. The bigger part of your brain that you see there, cerebrum, it has more of the nerves speaking to each other. Remember what Pastor said? When each department speaks to each other, you get more out of the church. That's exactly what's happening to that top part of the brain. More of the parts are speaking to each other. I know you have heard them say that, I only think with half my brain, but it's impossible. Even if you think a little thought, every part of your brain was informed about that little thought, whether it was nonsense or whether it was good sound stuff. So your brain is always in touch with everything, even if it is poor quality stuff. So let us put good things in our brain. So we'll have good conversations going on in the parts of our brains. Let's move on, please. I don't want to turn you into a neurosurgeon or a neurologist, but moving on again, that's the front part of your brain called the frontal lobe. A wonderful thing happens there, and that's where when higher thoughts are going to happen, as you get messages going on in the back of the brain, that's where most of the putting together of all of this goes together. And we believe that is where you get the higher thoughts, your consciousness is really the most important and so forth. But there's still lots of research needs to be done on that. Next part, please. You can actually have that part of the brain be damaged and people still function and can move and so on, but they just can't, they might lose their moral compass, the higher things that we do with our brains, like what is right and what is wrong and so on. And whereas this other part of the brain here is the midbrain, is the parietal part of the brain, and that part is at the sides. If you were to put your hands on top of your head like people love to do, your fingers would be on one side and the palm of your hand would be on the other. And right at that part where that front lobe and that part that is now glowing that part is where you do motion, and on the other side of that little gully is where you actually sense things. That from your tongue, your mouth, your face, in fact, your face and your mouth and your neck occupies a huge part of that middle area there, because that is the place that we actually use to make most of our communication and our investigation of what things is happening. And so our brain really dedicates a lot to what's coming from our face and our mouth and our nose and our tongue and so forth. Moving right along. And that part at the back is where you see. I know you thought you saw with your eyes, but really all you do is take the picture with your eyes and then you send the messages way past, and then those messages have branches that go to all the other parts of the brain, and then they finally get put together at the back of your brain. So you actually see with the back of your head. Wow, but you can't see behind you, unfortunately. You would need eyes behind there. Well, maybe when you go to heaven, we'll have extra eyes, who knows? Revelation gives me all kinds of pictures. But it is just wonderful that this is where this happens. And sometimes when people get hit at the back of the head, they go blind and they wonder why, because they didn't get hit in their eyes. And this is one of the reasons why, right? The part for seeing is way back there. And all of this brain is covered by a thick bone called the skull or the calvarium. Next slide, please. And with good reason, In a baby, the bones are more open as the brain is growing, but as you get older as a child, the bones fuse together and then it becomes a fixed box. And there are the pictures again, moving right along. I want you to go to Google and so on and study these things a little bit more, because it's good to know the names of them. Time will not allow us, but it's good to know them. Don't mention them in board meeting though, please. People will wonder what's wrong with you if you talked about the corpus callosum and so on. Just keep it simple and make your point and get the vote for the board and get the action. Yes, let's move on to the next thing. The brainstem, I told you about it already. It has the pons, that bluish area, and then the medulla oblongata, and then it has the thalamus on top. The thalamus is where a lot of nerves join together and talk to each other, and you have a lot of the activities from your body being prepared so that they can be sent to the higher centers and we can react appropriately. And go right ahead to the next one, please. But that's the part that finally leads to the spinal cord. And then from there to the peripheral nerves, next one. And all the nerves usually follow the arteries and the veins. So oftentimes in our body, you'll see the nerve running beside the artery, beside the vein. They're like a companion. They are a trinity. Even when you look at your finger, you see between the dark part of the back of your hand or the finger and the light part, right there is a nerve running with an artery with a vein. And they work together and they keep each other going. And that's how we should run God's business. Okay. I did it, Annie.
Dr. Frankson, thank you so much. Listen now, there are persons who would like to go on and finish off the last system, which is the respiratory system. Can you stay with us and finish off?
Okay, let's go for the respiratory system if everybody is ready for that. But the respiratory system is so easy. Since we have had COVID, everybody knows about the respiratory system, right, folks?
Very true, very true.
So let's just race through it. And let's just race through the respiratory system. If I could just, yeah, there we go. So the respiratory system, Brother Garcia, thank you so much. Remember I told you lungs means light? There they are. They take up the biggest part of this picture, but they're connected to tubes called little bronchioles, and then up to the bronchi, and then to the trachea, and then the trachea up to the same place where you swallow the food. They share that space called the pharynx, and in fact the oropharynx, and in fact they open up at what we call the pharynx below the oropharynx is called the hypopharynx. And then above the oropharynx, the hypopharynx is the oropharynx, and then above the oropharynx, which is when you open your mouth, the part at the back you can see, above that is the part that is behind your nose. And that is where it usually all begins, as air rushes through the nose. And that's the nasopharynx. That's the place where this coronavirus likes to hide. That's why we have to put that long swab up through your nose, nostrils, way to the back, and take that swab that is so annoying. But the function of this is simply to bring in oxygen in a balanced way, because oxygen is very dangerous. Oxygen is very dangerous. So how God does it is he mixes it with a lot of nitrogen so that it can be traveling through the body without corroding the body. And then as it goes through and is breathed in, as the diaphragm pulls down, the carbon dioxide that is in the blood that came from the right side of the heart speeds over into the air that is there, and the oxygen comes over into the blood, and then it rushes back to the heart, and from there that's the left side of the heart, and it goes to the body. Well, even the amount of oxygen that we have, God has thought it through, and you balance the amount of oxygen in your blood as well. And God has thought that through. If you give somebody too much oxygen, you could actually have too much oxygen on the nerves. And certain nerves, for example, the nerves of the eyes can get damaged. And you could, for example, with a baby, especially babies, they're vulnerable. The oxygen could destroy the nerves and you could get blindness from oxygen, right? So everything in moderation, and that's how God fearfully and wonderfully made us. Next slide, please. There it is. I just named all of these structures for you. The nasal cavities, the pharynx, the larynx, the trachea, the bronchi, the bronchioles, and the lungs. Think of it as like a tree that is upside down. And as it goes into the lungs, that's with the top of the tree, branching and branching. And there's are these light airbags called the lungs. Next slide, Brother Garcia. Next slide. Oh, there they are again. They perform that gaseous exchange and make sure that the condition of the air that arrives is in good condition, and regulates the acidity in the blood. People don't know that the lungs actually helps to do that, so that we have a buffer mechanism going on, and eliminates not just carbon dioxide. If somebody is a drunkard, a drinker, alcohol that comes, the liver tries to destroy as much of it, but when it is too much for the liver, it gets back into the bloodstream, and then the lungs have to expel most of that remaining alcohol, and you can actually smell it on the person. And the beautiful thing about the in and out of air is God also put some musical pipes there called the voice box, the larynx, so that as the air passes, we can control it with the rest of our pharynx and our mouth and our nose. And we can do another thing linked up with the brain, with that vagus nerve that I told you about. It has a branch that recurs, slips back over and comes back up to the voice box. It's called a recurrent laryngeal nerve. And it actually, with all of those working together, you can speak. And that's how I'm speaking to you today. All of these things are working together. Let's go to the next one. There's a nasal cavity now in the pink. You can see that it's a big space. It's just the middle septum that divides the nose from right to left, nares. And of course, they have air conditioning turbinets there. The best air conditioners in the world are the ones in your nose. In 1.5 inches, even if you're in Winnipeg, in Canada, cold, by the time you breathe in the cold air, by the time it travels just that little distance from the nostril tip to the back there, it warms it up to the right temperature that the lungs can now receive it and not get pneumonia. We're fearfully and wonderfully made. And there's no air conditioning system that we have, that man has made, that is as efficient as this one. So we should take care of these things, and we shouldn't be smoking and all of those things to damage these things. Tell people that, please, because people don't understand how wonderfully we are made. And it not only does it gets the temperature up, but it gets the humidity up to the right, so that the air that goes into your lungs is not dry. And it brushes all of what you smell up against the top of it, where the nerves from your brain to the nose, olfactory nerve, can smell things. And it helps in the formation of certain words. You know, when you have a cold and it's your nose is stuffed up, you talk, people say you talk up into your nose, but actually you're talking not without your nose, because it's now stuffed up, and they say you're talking in your nose, but you're really not talking in your nose, you're talking only in your mouth. You just have to cover your nostrils and talk, and you'll see how you sound. Okay, moving right along. There we go with the pharynx. Swallowing, breathing, phonation, and even hearing. You know, you ever see sometimes some people leaning forward and opening their mouths when they're not hearing what you're saying? they're allowing some of the sound to actually come through the mouth and in the nose and to vibrate the bones that are to the ears, the nerves to the ears, the eighth nerve from the set of pairs of nerves from the brain called the auditory nerves. And so you could hear that way too, even if your ears are full of wax, you could still hear somewhat as the sounds vibrate through your nose onto the bone and the nerves pick it up. Isn't that wonderful? He that has an ear to hear, let him hear. Moving right along, Pastor Garcia. And the larynx is a fascinating structure. It's so simple. It's so simple, it's not funny. It actually is just, firstly, for breathing, because who wants to speak if you can't breathe? You wouldn't last for long, right? So it's there for breathing, but it's also a safety gate. It's a security guard. When the food slipping, if it slips like it wants to go down the air passage, the larynx has a function where it closes its little gate fast. It's so sensitive that as soon as water or so touches it, it closes so fast, you can feel frightened by the sudden cutting off of air, and you can just also trigger impulses that go to your brain and then back to your lungs, to your diaphragm and so on, and makes you cough whatever pocket of air was in your lungs to blast that thing that was trying to get down into your air pipe out so that you can relieve yourself of that. And that's what coughing is really about. The larynx actually moves up and forward when you are about to swallow something, and it moves and hides itself under the tongue, and the tongue has a fold on it that like a trapdoor that closes on top of it, and then the food just slides off the trapdoor right into the esophagus and down the red lane into the stomach. So the larynx actually helps to form a firm structure so that you could swallow food easier as it gets under there and moves that trapdoor up tightly against itself. Slide, please. Next slide. There we go. Now, on top of the windpipe is the larynx, of course, and it has this big cartilage called the thyroid cartilage, and under it a cartilage that is like a ring, and the word for ring is cricoid. So it has a cricoid ring as well of cartilage, and then it has these half rings of cartilage that form the trachea, and then it branches into the right and the left bronchioles. You notice that the right one, the one that is on your left, because look at this patient is actually facing you, so their right is on your left. You notice that the right main tube where the branches is almost straight down. And so when people swallow like a marble or a button or whatever, a seed, whatever, it tends to go down into the right side, the right lung, more often than it goes into the left. And when you see a little baby swallowing something and choking, you can lift them by their legs and lift them up and slap them on their back, and they can make the thing try to fall out. When we have to pass tubes down, we usually go down the right side first to pick out whatever it is, because usually that's where the foreign body is. And sometimes it goes to the left because the person at the moment was just twisting the wrong way. So the gravity pulled it to the left or something like that. But that is how air gets in as well. Air gets into these two pipes, and then they break into smaller and smaller bronchia and bronchioles, and then to little air sacs, alveoli. Moving right along. Moving right along. And you see the bronchioles, the bronchi, sorry. There they are. And on the next slide, and to the bronchioles, next slide. And you see what I was telling you? The veins, go back, please. You see the vein, go back, please. You see the veins and the arteries wrapped up around those little air sacs? Those are the air sacs that have, they're so slim that air oxygen can go back and forth. And you need to have a little fluid in there that's lining it so it keeps moist and then they don't clump together. And that fluid is produced by the very cell, ACE2 receptor cells, that actually are the very cells that the COVID virus likes to attack, to use to multiply more of itself. And if it's damaged bad, you can get a pneumonia. But those little fluids are supposed to be clean and just have a light painting of this fluid to keep it open. And those little airbags are called alveoli. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. And there you have the alveoli. That's one alveolus, one of the little bags. And you can see the blue is the carbon dioxide transporting across, and you see that blood vessel wrapping around it with the blood. So the blue blood. That doesn't mean this person is a royal person. The artist is trying to say that's blood full of carbon dioxide and other. Whereas now when the oxygen gets in now and saturates the red blood cells, and it also releases the carbon dioxide, the blue arrows, and out it goes as we exhale. But with the inhaling, with the reserve volume that was there, it actually was able to get the oxygen in. And so that's how we have our gaseous exchange. The process is known as oxygenation of the blood. Next slide. And so, next slide, please, as we go on to the lungs again. Together, the lungs has lobes. The lungs function smartly. They're so important that they broke up themselves into departments, just like how the church breaks up itself into departments. So that even if one lobe is bad, and I have to go in into surgery and cut it out because it has cancer or something else, it have other lobes. And 3 on one side and 2 on the other side, 2 big main lobes. And that's a smart design, really smart design, because now I have reserve lobes, reserve lungs left. I could even live with just one lung, you know. And so it's so important that we have at least one lung. Better if we have 2 lungs functioning properly. And of course, if you have had surgery and a piece of a lung is taken out, you still can carry on God's business because we're just fearfully and wonderfully made. And these lungs, they inflate easily as the diaphragm pulls down and negative pressure is created. And as the diaphragm relaxes and comes back up, it squeezes them and out, the air is pushed out. Normally, air comes out of you without any effort. It's breathing in or inhalation that is the effortful part. And even the brain stem takes care of that. It sends a message to the diaphragm without you even thinking of it. And then it relaxes and it bounces the air out. And of course, if you're exercising, the heart will go figure, the nerves will be following, firing, how better the blood circulation will be going out, and the lungs will be going in, inhaling and exhaling more vigorously. And you can just see how amazing we can train ourselves to be so that people can even do marathons, or they can run as hard as they can for short distances, or 400 meters or 800 meters or whatever. And of course, we say we have to be able to walk with the footmen, because if not, how are you going to run with the horsemen? Moving right along, we got to keep this structure healthy, and we have to help people to see the value of it. So we go back to where we started today, the pulmonary circulation. There it is. The blood comes in on the right side of the heart. It goes to the right atrium. It goes to the right ventricle, the blue, follow the blue one, and it gets pumped up. So the arrow going up into the lungs of the pulmonary arteries. What's being pumped up? Bad blood, blood that needs to be oxygenated. And it gets delivered to both sides, gets all freshened up right to the alveoli, and then it becomes oxygenated. And it comes back through these 4 little highways, and the 4 highways pour into the left upper chamber there, and then from there down into the left ventricle, and then whoops, it gets when the mitral valves close off, it allows the blood to shunt straight into the aorta and then out into the systemic circulation. And very important, because two things. One is, if you get a blood clot in your legs or in your thighs or in your whatever, they could travel up that's all the blue passage, get into the blue part of the heart, and then go up, and then they could block off the lungs, and you get what is called a pulmonary embolism. And a lot of people die that way quietly, and they didn't even expect it. But some people slim, get it. Some people fat, get it. It's sort of unpredictable sometimes, except to say, live very healthily, because the healthier you live is the less you're likely to get those blood clots. Those blood clots are not like hard scabs when you get a wound and it's healing. They're actually more like toothpaste. So they could actually slip around all those areas and they could get right in there. And if your heart is weak, sometimes they can form right in that upper blue chamber there, the atrium, because the heart is not able to clear the blood out fast enough. And some of the blood gets jelly-like and get these little toothpaste clumps. And then they come in and they can block up the lungs. And that thing can kill you very fast. They have to, or you have to get quick attention, and they have to get in chemicals that can break up the clots, soften those little toothpicks back into regular fluid blood. And so that the perfusion can happen in your lungs, or else you will die if it blocks off enough of the blood vessels to your lungs. So folks, that's important. But I want to say also the heart has a circulation too. And you see, right as the aorta, the blood is coming through the aorta, right as the aortic valve closes, right when the heart is finished pumping it out and the heart is now relaxing, and the valve, the aortic valve closes and the blood pushes up into the aorta, and some of it bounces back. As it bounces back and the aorta stops it from getting in the heart, little vessels open up right at that junction, and those vessels go around the heart and feed the muscles of the heart. And that's how the heart actually gets its own circulation, because the heart works hard, so it needs its own circulation too. Do you see, just from this diagram alone, and I could make it even more complex with other things, how wonderfully and fearfully we are made, how complex, and how we are to take lessons from how God has done this making. And you know what is fascinating? God did it all in one Friday afternoon. That is what is fascinating to me. And he did it in a way that I'm going to have to ask him when I go to heaven. How did you do that? And you made Adam and Eve, and you made them so that they didn't even have to go to basic school. They could talk, they could think, they could name animals, they could plan, they could talk with you, etc., all in one afternoon. Sometimes I wish he had made me like that too, and I wouldn't have to go through all this schooling and save a lot of money. But God knows what he knows best, and we're going to get back to that wonderful state when he comes for us. For this corruptible shall put on incorruption, and this mortal that dies, all this thing that can shut down this beautiful stuff, will become immortal. We will leave the diseases in the grave, and we will go back to God's presence, transformed in the twinkling of an eye. Isn't that wonderful? In the twinkling, just like he did in the Friday afternoon. And eternity thereafter. And then we'll have at that time to find out even more and even more wonderful things that God has done. That's why he loves us so much, because he has put so much into us. Thank you so much, everybody.
Would you like to cover the phases of breathing for us, Dr. Frankton? The ventilation, diffusion, perfusion. Just those three?
I did inhalation and I did exhalation by the diaphragm movement. Remember when I was doing the gastrointestinal system?
Wonderful.
And perfusion is as the air comes through to the sacs. They actually do the exchange that I showed you in the alveoli. And then from there, the blood vessels takes the refreshed blood back to the heart, and then it takes it to the tissues, where even the heart, the blood vessels break themselves down like how the blood vessels in the heart and the lungs broke down into tinier and tinier blood vessels. It does the same thing as the blood vessels go wrapping around our intestines, or wrapping around our brain, or wrapping around whatever else that we're made of. And the capillaries are actually what are so tiny that the oxygen can and the nutrients can get over, and the carbon dioxide and the bad stuff can get back over and can come back through the veins. So in a nutshell, that is perfusion. And when we exercise, you know, there's a little text in the Bible that says, bodily exercise profiteth little. I like the New International Version. It says, body exercise helps a bit. I like that one. It sounds a little more positive. But all of these things help to make those things work properly. So all the wonderful things that you know that we promote for healthy living, they all work together. And we're able to tell others of his glory and make a wonderful ministry out of the healing ministry, the right arm in the whole gospel message. Is there another slide after this?
There are three, but you've covered them. There are three more, have covered them.
Let me go to the last slide. Let me go to the last slide, because I want to make a point with the last slide. With the last slide, what this is actually showing is that under normal breathing, to the left, let's go to the left. You see just a tiny arrow, and then you just see a tiny wave, a little wave up and down. That's us breathing normally. But you notice it has a line on top of that that says we could have breathed even deeper, right? And so when you go to the wave in the middle, you see when a person takes in a big breath, you could take in even more air, but normally we don't do that. It's very hard work to keep breathing like that, you know. And it can even be dangerous to be over breathing like that all the time. And when you see people who are sick, who are gasping for air, this is what they're doing. They're pulling in as much extra than they needed to normally. And that's a sign that people are in trouble. They need to really have relief. If something is blocking, they need to clear it away. If there is not enough oxygen, they need to get oxygen, and so on. But there's also a floor to that easy wave, the easy wave that we started out with, meaning that when you breathe, you didn't clear all the air out of your lungs. So you have residual air that is there. You go right over to the right side and you'll see what I'm saying. You see an arrow that said capacidad residual funcional. Hey, how is my Spanish? That is what is left that you could breathe in. You know, like somebody comes up to you and say, boo, and you go, that extra air that you just breathed in is the residual capacity. Well, that is extra air. That was the air you breathed in to get to the top curve. But the extra air that you have is actually now an extra amount that you could take up until, but you still are able to not get rid of all the air in your lungs. Even if you were to suddenly blow out all the air in your lungs, you wouldn't get all the air out of your lungs. There's still a small amount, a residual amount, and that's that little last bit that says VR, volumen residual, or we call it the residual volume in English. And that amount, or the amount that is above that, is vital, so that if, for example, you're drinking something and it slips down your throat, you can suddenly go, that came from that residual. That came from that. And the only time that you would actually get all the air out of your lungs is like if some you're in an accident and a car ran over you and crushed your chest and crushed all the thing out of you, then of course, you'll be dead. But God makes us with reserve. That's one of the points I wanted to make. God makes us with reserves so that everything is thought about by God. And it helps us when sometimes we need to suddenly shout or we need to cough, or it even helps us when we suddenly need to take in some air because we're frightened or we do it willfully. And the total capacity is the TPC, as it says here, is really all the air that your lungs can have. But it is made with a thoughtful creator, a very thoughtful creator, put it together. I'll tell you something. You might smile about it when I tell you. Every time you swallow some food or drank some water, you actually almost committed suicide.
What?
Yes, because that water could have rushed down your windpipe, but it didn't. Your diaphragm stops, your lungs capture and hold a certain pocket of air, your tongue pushes the food back and closes the trap. The food slides across and down into your gullet. If it didn't do that, it would go down into the larynx. And then the larynx has these vocal cords made of flesh called the false vocal cords, and on top of them, the true vocal cords, which are really made out of hard skin. And they slam close together. And as they slam close together, they prevent it from the liquid or the food from going down there. And as they do that, they trap that pocket of air. And if some still gets down there, it stimulates the very sensitive linings of the windpipe, and out comes that residual amount, as much of it as possible, and blasts it out. But it still never blasts out everything because it doesn't want the alveoli to collapse completely. And that is how you prevented suicide. Every time you swallow without even thinking, remember the food is coming from the lower passage, right? Your mouth. And it has to cross over the air passage from your nose and going down. It has to cross over behind the mouth and go to the gullet or the esophagus. Whereas the air has to come from your nose and it has to cross over the food passage and go into the trachea, into the larynx. So that crossing is a dangerous place. And of course, we teach people what to do when you have choking, how to relieve choking and so on. But most of all, prevent choking by paying attention while you're eating and swallowing and so forth. And it's just wonderful how God has reserves that can help you to even rescue yourself. Or you can learn how to do a Heimlich maneuver, where you can put your fist under the soft part of the chest and come from behind and then pull back and up to help the diaphragm to blast the residual air out. And so you can dislodge a piece of meat or chicken or beans or whatever that slipped down the wrong passage. So folks, it's a wonderful thing how God has made us. And I thank you again for the wonderful time we've spent here this evening. It's been a long evening, but I think it's a well-spent one. And I wish you the very best. God be with you.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Frankson. I don't know about the others, and I'd like to hear some comments, but I have enjoyed it very much. It's been a great refresher for me. From my days of nursing when we went through anatomy and physiology, it's been very good to go through again. We are indeed fearfully and wonderfully made. And I want to say praise God for bringing us to the end of this first training session, and we look forward to the second session on March the 28th. Thanks to all the presenters who've given up their time to be with us. Thanks to Sister Belkis for bringing us, for remaining with us despite other commitments in Venezuela this evening. Pastor Price, Pastor Drackett, and to all attendees, all of you who have stayed right up on this until this point. We've had 72 persons right up until this point. Thank God for that. We want to also say thanks to Sister Nathlin for coordinating the event and to John Garcia for hosting and facilitating the Zoom meeting and for staying with us to the end. We know several people have had commitments and had to leave at 7 p.m. and we will provide for them with the information how they can go over what they missed, because we don't want anyone to miss anything. We're asking all the attendees to report your attendance to your health director via the health leader of your church. Now, our next session, as I mentioned, is March 28th and will include the Healthy Principles by Dr. Sia from Montemorelos University. He will cover the biblical concepts of healthy living, and he will also cover the 8 natural remedies. He will also present to us on I Want to Grow Healthy, and Dr. Mitchell from Trinidad and Tobago will join us on the principles of a healthy kitchen, techniques and basic necessary utensils for food preparation, hygiene and food preparation, and preparation of vegetarian, plant-based recipes in anticipation for the following session where we do the practicum and more on the practicum through your health ministries director. We're going to get you all prepared for the practicum for the end of April. Thank you all again for remaining with us. And at this time, I would like to ask Pastor Capel Thompson to close the session off with a word of prayer. Pastor Thompson, you be so kind. Pastor Thompson, would you be so kind? Evidently, Pastor Thompson is not available presently. So I am going to close with prayer. Let us bow our heads. Our kind and gracious, loving Heavenly Father, we want to give you thanks, Lord, that you have been with us throughout this session. We thank you, Lord, for those persons who've attended and those who have presented. We ask, oh Father, that the information that we have learned here this evening will assist us as we go on to work in the health ministries department. We ask, oh Lord, that this information will remain with us and that we'll be able to utilize this information for the furtherance of your work. We pray a blessing on all who are in attendance and those who've had to leave in the work that they're doing to hasten your soon coming. We pray, oh God, that these sessions will lead to our churches being seen as places as health centers, and our members being seen as people who are knowledgeable on health and wellness. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Thank you for leading us thus far. Thank you for your humble servant, Sister White, who was able to communicate to us all that you've shown her in vision. And today, Lord, we were able to teach those visions that she had and the importance of those visions in our lives and in this ministry. Thank you again, oh Lord, for all you've done and all you're going to do for us. Be with us now as we go our separate ways. Keep us safe, Lord, until we shall meet again on March the 28th. Thank you again, Lord, for your blessings and your love. In thy most holy and precious and wonderful name we pray. Amen and amen. Thank you and good night to all. Goodbye and farewell. And we pray that all of you will be back again on the 28th of March.
Good night.